Yes, I can hear you. All good. Yes, this is Yanni speaking. Yes.
1, 2, 3, testing, English testing. Can you hear me? Uh, oh, thank you.
Okay, Spanish looks good.
English channel now. Great, thank you.
Hello, hello, good morning. This is a sound test. Hello, hello, good morning. This is a sound test. Do you hear us? Hello, hello. Can you hear us? Hello. Sí. Hola, muy buenos días, transmitiendo desde el pabellón de la ONU Colombia. Hi, good morning. We're streaming live from the UN pavilion, the UN Colombia pavilion at COP16. This is a quick audio test. Great, thank you. I'll always start on time for this one. Thank you.
And 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, check, check. Great. Thank you.
¿Todas? Bueno, es un muy gran honor para...
It is an honor for me to be here sharing this experience. I'm going to start with a brief introduction. As I believe everybody knows, Oti Patiño is the Peace Commissioner contributing his peace building process for Colombia, and we have other ambassadors with us that play an important role here in Colombia. Mrs. Elena Storr, ambassador to Sweden in Colombia. Reiner Busches, ambassador of the Netherlands in Colombia. Gilles Bertrand. I can speak French better than Spanish. He's the ambassador of the European Union in Colombia. And here we have the ambassador of Norway to Colombia and Ecuador, Mr. Eric Mayoras, ambassador of Switzerland to Colombia. And another name, Fiona Donacha, ambassador of Iceland to Colombia. As we know, peace and nature are deeply interlinked in Colombia. For decades, territories attacked by conflict and violence were those hosting significant cultural and natural wealth. These territories have become scenarios for dispute over land and natural resources, in addition to inter-ethnic conflict. In this panel, we intend to talk about international perspective of the bond between territorial base and the care for nature. It is relevant to explore the role of the international community to see where territorialization of peace and conservation of ecosystems and what role they can play. I am sure that today's contributions will allow us to advance in the construction of a future where environmental justice and territorial peace can go hand in hand, where communities can develop in harmony with their environment. To start the round of interventions, I'd like to ask two questions to Mr. Oti Patiño. What difference is there between the total peace policy from other traditional conceptions in Colombia? And secondly, how does territorialization of peace and reconciliation with nature contribute to long-lasting peace in territories? Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors whom I cannot call by their names. I've done such a poor job. this is a test for us to see who's speaking Spanish properly. If we talk about territorialization, that means your Spanish is well if you're talking that topic, if you're discussing that topic. You have succeeded this test. And there is also irreversibility. Irreversibility is another very important word to have another test. This topic of territorialization relates to several aspects. We thought that what's fundamental in Colombia is to overcome violence. It's no longer internal armed conflict, but rather a conflict that appears in many forms of violence. And behind that, there are illegal economies and damaging, harmful economies that are harmful to the environment and nature and to human beings. That is why this COP has been so important. It's fresh air to work around the topic of peace and nature. It is an element of commitment relating to all parties, the government, the state, the communities, and armed groups, that what President Petro calls is the greed that has pushed this damage against nature. Then I will take this opportunity to be meeting with ambassadors from Europe to say that along these years, the support and commitment of countries and of ambassadors personally has been very fruitful. And despite the fact that the Colombian conflict is internal, they have a clear understanding that this conflict goes beyond national borders. And there are important international elements to this. And when we talk about peace and nature, this is fundamental because peace and nature also relate to the defense of planetary goods. The air, the water, these are planetary property. So it all involves us all. And as the President Petro was saying in his presentation yesterday, we need to look at the damage suffered by nature and also the costs that have to be better shared so that environmental justice plays an important role, so that the message that he delivered yesterday will be a message for everyone, especially for high-consuming countries that consume fossil fuels, fossil energies, and that emit more CO2 to the atmosphere. As the President pointed out, we are in an area of Colombia which has more biodiversity, and this biodiversity has not been respected by us, and we need to protect it because it is part of our wealth. And then the cultures. There is no culture less important than another. Some cultures tend to disappear. Some indigenous cultures are tending to disappear, and they are big protectors of nature. Indigenous peoples, indigenous populations have not broken their bond with nature, unlike many of the people who come from cities and still believe that the products that they find in the corner store are provided by nature. They have broken their daily bond with nature, and it's important for them to protect nature in a world where, in the Colombian conflict, they have been the victims. Indigenous communities, and even these communities have been the main victims of violence and conflict in Colombia. Territorialization is not a conception of this time, it's a finding. In 2016, we thought that what was important was to have national roundtables with national actors, and that territorialization would be part of implementation. While now we see that the issue of territory, where people live, where there can be specific transformations, and where there are specific problems, violence is there, and the idea of territorializing peace is a fundamental element. In that regard, we believe that the conclusion that countries that supported us, fortunately through the same ambassadors that have accompanied us in these processes, they have little by little changed their vision of what peace looks like. Peace is either territorial or there will be no peace. Either peace is implemented now or it is just a piece of paper with agreements that may never get implemented. This guarantee for implementation on the territories is what generates the possibility of irreversibility of processes. We are putting our bet on that more than on the signature of agreement. We need this to be irreversible, no matter what the next government is. If these processes and changes are not assumed by the communities and they're just on paper, it's only going to be words thrown to the wind, and they will not be irreversible. And there is no guarantee that they will be irreversible. And then here at the COP16, we have seen at all times peace with nature as a slogan. It's a topic that was there on the fringes. It appeared or disappeared because if you look at social and economic violence, the environmental issue was like a butterfly here and there that is now present in all processes throughout this entire COP, and we need not to catch it. We need to bear it in mind because this butterfly is a fundamental element. It's life. We as a government, the main reason for this government is to achieve changes to protect life of human beings, of nature, etc. Thank you so much. Very key fundamental points. This is important for us to understand this approach on peace with nature, how to protect the environment, which is the future for Colombia. Fernando, or in the Netherlands, there is a territorial peace process. For the international community present in this room and via streaming, the meeting is taking place in the south of Colombia with significant environmental problems related to illegal activities and gold extraction, gold mining. Mr. Ambassador, how do you think the transition to more responsible economic models will contribute to consolidate territorial peace in Colombia? Thank you. First, I think that the transition towards more sustainable economies not only contributes to peace, but it is the foundation for peace. For our country, the Netherlands, climate change is an immediate threat. 1/3 of our territory is under sea level. So the sea warming, the sea is growing and threatening our territory. So back at home, we are working very hard to have a transition to a much more sustainable economy. And working at home, we have the obligation to work abroad in other countries such as Colombia. This is one of the foundations, one of the bases why we are supporting this. How does this relate to Ariño? I believe that the co-construction of territorial peace has a very fundamental important element. The approach, does not focus only on armed violence. The proposals discussed include territorial transformation, and this has a strong connection with the environment. Integrating or streamlining these elements is the only way to have a sustainable and durable peace. And when I talk about territorial transformation and the environment, I think about what Candace said about mining and illegal agriculture. Both are the cause and the consequence of the armed conflict. They both play a fundamental role in this Department of Mariño. This is their living, and it has a strong impact on the environment. It is damaging the environment. That is why the territorial peace process offers the possibility of discussing the role of illegal economies on communities' lives and find other alternatives together with civil population and the private sector to generate wealth. This is fundamental to generate economic opportunities for the population within the rule of law. This will enable the reduction of inequity in Colombia. This is an important element for armed conflict, inequality. And beyond economy, territorial peace processes may imply a fundamental qualitative leap forward in the protection of the environment. If this is applied with a sound participatory design, I believe Colombia is giving itself the opportunity with territorial peace to review its way of taking advantage of its biodiversity. It does it with the clarity that these discussions on transformation will not be democratically legitimate if they remain something between the government and the armed groups. To the contrary, the voices of political and ethnic authorities must be reflected, as well as the community's voices. That is the way that will enable to analyze the economic activities, illicit economic activities in these areas, co-building with all actors involved and with all affected, a new vision of productive activities will be considered. A new vision that hopefully will allow communities to maintain their cultures and traditions, but that within economic activities, the protection of the environment should become a fundamental goal. I feel that the process in Nariño has to be taken advantage of by the Colombian government to improve the protection of the environment and develop new rules of the game wherever they are needed. This may be an area where the government may grow and improve its presence. and then its usefulness for local communities, specific implementation, because it seems clear now, but if we don't adjust our economic practices to a better care for the environment, neither generation of wealth or territorial peace will ever be long-lasting.
I believe that the process in El Niño has huge potential to have relevant global impact. We've known for a while that this is urgent. We need to better protect the environment and stop climate change. Nonetheless, the outcomes thus far are dissatisfying. I believe that new leadership is required in this matter. So we could expand voices of countries such as Colombia, because you shelter most of the planet's biodiversity with many contributions. Undoubtedly, if the Nariño outcomes are accomplished, and as Patiño mentioned, it is not only about signing a paper, but it's about co-constructing the territorial transformation based upon specific facts and implementation. Therefore, it can actually turn into a global reference and benchmark. The stakeholders involved should find mining models and agricultural systems and livestock systems that operate in harmony with nature. So the sense of belonging is there, but compliance is required because the population has been suffering for a long time, and there's widespread disappointment because they've been hearing us promise so many things, but if those promises aren't met, it's a population that will continue to lose. But I feel there are good intentions and there's strong commitment, so there's huge hope, and we must not let that hope die. We should act together. This is why we're following through the process from abroad. This is key because we're witnesses. We can ask questions. We can make observations. We can become mirrors. So in this co-construction process, I believe there's much hope and potential, and it will not only be observed locally in Colombia, but all over the world. So hands on, let's start working for implementation. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for this view for peace in Nariño that can be not only comprehensive but long-lasting. We now give the floor to Ambassador Mayores. Mr. Ambassador, the Swiss agenda in Colombia has defined that one of its priorities is to strengthen responsible businesses that are responsible with the environment. How do these initiatives contribute to generating economic alternatives for the communities that have been affected by armed conflicts and amid the pressure upon natural resources? Thank you. Just to remind you and to underscore what was just said, the environment and biodiversity have in recent times become additional victims of the conflicts, not only in Colombia, but all over the world where there are many active conflicts. This is COP16, so in the future we should pay more attention on biodiversity as a victim of climate change, as a victim of the industry, the private sector, contamination, as well as a victim of conflicts, because plant and animal species are disappearing due to armed conflicts. In Colombia, as emphasized by the High Commissioner, the situation differs significantly from what we were living through 10 years ago. There were two to three major armed conflicts. The domestic negotiations started on and then the further implementation. Today, there's a fragmentation of the dissidents, right? Hence, the opportunity to engage in peace negotiations differently. Territorialization is, for us, one of the major leads. There are 3 criteria to be followed. First of all, for territorialization, we need community engagement. The engagement of the communities enduring violence of different groups so they can all voice both their desires and concerns. Number 2, prioritization. It's not only about building long-term projects, but also projects at the short term that can fulfill the needs of the local population and give them a sense of trust. We've been traveling all over the country, and in our conversations with the community, we realize there's distrust and disappointment due to the unmet promises. Finally, interinstitutional coordination, not only within the government of Colombia, but the relationship between the government and the multilateral organizations such as the United Nations or bilateral cooperation as well. The Swiss agenda that we wish to further develop. Switzerland has a strong cooperation process based upon peace, human rights, humanitarian assistance, and economic cooperation. Those are our 3 main pillars. When it comes to economic cooperation, certain topics are quite relevant to contribute to peace in the territories. First of all, the illicit farming program. It doesn't only require goodwill, but infrastructure and access to international markets. Infrastructure isn't a matter pertaining to the international community, but facilitating access to international markets for those products that will replace illegal farming products is something we can do. Tourism. Tourism is key for the territories as well. We know there's been a strong tourism evolution in Colombia and would believe that it can be a strong source of income for the communities because the country is beautiful. Many areas cannot yet be visited due to the fact that they're insecure, so we're working on that. Illegal mining is also key. We are working on a program called Responsible Gold, Oro Responsable, in Peru. So small and middle-sized producers, if they meet their goals and commitments, they will get higher prices in the market. Registration and land distribution is also key because it's part of COP16, and we know that the 2016 agreement implementation is closely intertwined with the current negotiation processes because the groups and the populations are watching over the 2016 agreement implementation to continue with the negotiation process. And contamination, pollution, also linked to demining and getting rid of anti-personal mines that affect not only humans but the environment as well. This is why we will continue to work on the territories. As the High Commissioner mentioned, biodiversity is of the utmost importance. So listening to the communities, namely the indigenous communities and Afro-descendant populations on how to improve and enhance biodiversity is at the core of cross-sectional territorialization. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. There are many key topics for the transition of illicit economies, which are so relevant for the country's development. And outside the room, there's much information about crop replacement. Mr. Gilbert Trom, Ambassador of the European Union to Colombia. From your experience in the peace building process and community engagement, what social, political, and economic actions can strengthen the territorialization of peace in Colombia? Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see well-known faces of the European and international community in this room. We've been working together for peace for a while, and it's great to see you here too, Candice, as well as colleagues, our peers, peace builders. Daniel Luz is here. He's chief of the Cali-based UN mission. He's worked significantly for peace in the region. And I bring this up because international presence is just a token of territorialization. And it's also great to have Mapoya, the OAS Peace Commission, acting in Colombia. The great news is that the victims are at the center of the peace efforts in Colombia. Colombian CSOs are quite dynamic and active. Basically, and especially in the remote areas, because they've had to act solo without the state. But it's also because civil society processes in Colombia are quite powerful. And it is clearly so we can only act with the communities, with the people, with the country's civil society, and it's the only way we can move forward. I think I speak for every panel member here. Women and the youth. Women are a transforming agent. They're transforming agents specifically in agricultural systems because we're trying to replace illicit crops or former ways of working with perfectly legal crops, but that transformation moves towards organics or high value products, or to add value to the territory, to process products instead of exporting them to the cities or abroad without having worked on them. So the value ends up diluting elsewhere and it doesn't stay at the territories. The youth, from the European Union perspective, are strategic partners in the peace building process because they are the generation that will attain non-repetition. And when it comes to the environment, they'll also be accountable and they'll deal with the decisions that we make or don't make today. The rural youth, the rural communities will also or may also play a significant role in the process of establishing within each territory how to build a legal economy and how to build a sustainable strategy hand in hand with other parties so they can also work on this vision to make it come true. The private sector as well. and the state need to be mentioned. When we're talking about sustainable economy of the Colombian countryside and referring to the private sector and this government as well as former administrations, it has been validated that a new economy with all the resources offered by Colombian biodiversity with sustainable handling, whether it's livestock production or rainforest production, fruit, ecotourism, as Eric mentioned, everything's in place. Everything exists. It works perfectly at community level. What's still missing is to scale up processes at municipality level and at state level. So we need two things. The private sector, the major Colombian businesses, as well as global organizations based in Colombia should set their eyes on the remote areas of the country and include them in their mental maps. It hasn't happened thus far. And they should also clearly understand that these territories bear huge potential, but that potential will only materialize if the companies are willing to approach the territories and communities following certain rules, because there's distrust from the communities on the private sector, and history explains the reason for the distrust. Therefore, if the private sector is willing to reach to the territories to work with the communities, because these are wounded and disappointed communities, but if they are really keen in building the future, I do believe that well-being will be the consequence for the state, and they will also contribute to the growth of the country. And it's only the state that can invest, because being a farmer or being in business in one of those populations means that you're going to have to start from scratch. If you live in the Guaviare or the Putumayo, it's not that you're going to have to start from scratch. You're going to start at minus 50 or at minus 100, because there's no electricity, there's no connectivity, there's no internet, there are no roads. So you're actually at competitive disadvantage as compared to farmers who work in the central lands of Colombia. Civil society, working with women, working with the youth, working with the business sector, and particularly with civil society, may entail that processes start out in a closed fashion, and it seems that civil society is only there to beautify processes, but it's not that. It's to set an example. We were there to start the urban peace process in Quibdó, but it wouldn't have existed without the young men and women. Those who started the truce with the Quibdó groups were the youth, and they called Doughty's antecessor to tell him, hey, I think this is a truce, so we need support from the state. So that's how serious and how magnanimous the CSO's operations can be for the country. And I think it's one of the strongest potentials this country has, and that's what will actually enable the peace process in Colombia. Thank you. Thank you, Jules. Talking about the major role of the youth is extremely powerful, because we oftentimes don't think about how important they are. Elena Storm, Swedish ambassador to Colombia, will address the floor. Ambassador, your country has been key for the defense of victims' rights from a gender-based perspective and from the peace-building scenario. What lessons have you learned in your work for victims can be used to repair damages to nature within the framework of armed conflict? What can happen? What will happen into the future? And this conciliation and territorialization for peace, how can they work? Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here with you today. 2024 is the 150th anniversary of Swedish-Colombian diplomatic relations. Peace has been one of our pillars. Consolidation of peace has been the pivot of our actions, and we've remained strongly present throughout the peace-building process in Caguán, Ralito, as well as the Havana and Quito dialogues. Today we're on the part of the conversations with ILN and the government. Victims have always been at the core of our efforts. Back in the 2016 agreement, Sweden played a significant role on gender-based approach, the search for missing persons, as well as to provide victim support, which is no coincidence at all. We've been adamant in supporting the victims and advocating for non-repetitions of events taking place in Colombia. And back in 2012, we started out by supporting implementation of the law of victims and land restitution within collective land reparations for strategic litigation and post-sentence for land restoration, hand in hand with the Colombian authorities. And in 2017, we undertook the commitment in partnership with our allies. We supported the creation and strengthening of the transitional justice system, following through with victims, organizations, and CSOs to get further engaged within the JEP, the Special Jurisdiction for Peace, the Commission of Truth, and the Commission of Search of Missing Persons by drafting different reports on the events, including the main human rights violations by not only the armed actors, disclosing the profound implications on the territory and the environment. JEP and the Commission of Truth acknowledged that the conflict took severe tolls on life as a whole, on ecosystems, living beings, as well as disruptions in the ways of life of indigenous communities, ethnic groups, and the relationship with the territory thereof. I hope you understand what I'm saying, but JEP has defined territory and the environment as both victims and subjects of reparation. As a matter of fact, one of the 7 lines created for the actions, or TOARS, which are the reparations. These are all sanctions established by JEP according to nature, environment, and territory. These are our guidelines where we will create protection measures, restoration, and environmental management with a strong involvement in the peace process for victims and communities. We supported them with a pilot project called Planting for Life in the Usme locality in Bogota for ecological restoration. We believe that the peace agreement with the FARC is a benchmark. And although we have already emphasized the three tasks Sweden embarked upon, we are also supporting comprehensive implementation with reparation for the victims, reinstatement of former combatants, as well as rural development. Most of the conflict took place in the countryside. Therefore, rural development is paramount. We mustn't lose sight that the areas affected by deforestation in Colombia are those that were victims and continue to be victims of violence. In turn, the communities who are settled in rich natural resource areas are also the most affected by climate change and environmental degradation. Of course, peace cannot be understood as disconnected from the environment, and same thing applies the other way around. This is I want to emphasize on a program implemented with the FAO as our strategic partner since 2013. We're supporting farmers associations, including reinstated families to their communities with a territorial approach in the Magdalena, Córdoba, Bolívar, Sucre, Nariño, Tolima, and Putumayo departments. These processes are marked by their comprehensive nature because we're acting simultaneously on productive, environmental, gender, association, commercial, financial inclusion, and interinstitutional approaches. When it comes to the environment, it's been quite positive to see reforestation throughout the aforementioned regions by enabling sustainable livestock processes in combination with orchards and honey. We already have biological corridors to recover fauna and flora, the lost biodiversity. It is possible to reduce timber loss by recovering native spaces and taking better care of water sources, which is what needs to be supported. So that's a comprehensive nature and the territorial approach is just yet another example of territorialization of peace to have further impact on the territories and also to add on to public efforts for integrated reparation to the communities who are victims of conflict by promoting countryside development through sustainable entrepreneurship, but also supporting articulation of public and private actors in peace with nature. And I also wish to underscore how important this is if we embark in a dialogue with the communities. And I would like to do something atypical here, if you allow me, because Sweden has tracked down a farming reserve area for a while because it's part of our Defendamos la Vida or Let's Defend Life campaign of the European Union. And what I see, well, I see among the audience one of the bravest women of this country. And she's actually a human rights advocate amidst the conflict. She's here. Janice Silva is here with us.
I would like to the peasant reserve zone. This is one of the 6 peasant reserve zones or farmer reserve zones in 24 hours in November. It was 24 years in November. I'd like you to share a couple of thoughts about what you need from us here at the panel. what you need in terms of international cooperation. What can we do better to support your work? I know that what you do is really magic in one of the most affected areas, most affected by conflict in the country. Good morning. Thank you, Ambassador. I thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. First, our farmer reserve zone is on the border with Ecuador. We have been visited by almost all of the representatives of the embassies there. That support has made it possible for our process to continue. And in our defense for the territory process, what we are doing is relating youth and childhood with that protection system. They can be there on the farms, produce, and with actions, they can implement an economic model that is sustainable and in line with the environment. And since we are part of the Amazon, this should be a commitment not only for youth, but also for children, the new generation. This goes in hand with the ambassador's presentation where he talked about that bond. And I wouldn't only talk about youth going back to the farms, also the relationship of these young professionals from the cities who have a huge potential to articulate with the peasant youth so that they can defend biodiversity and recover the Amazon. Once again, I invite you to accompany these processes, not only ours, but other processes. And believe me, when the violent see those processes that are accompanied and that we are doing something, they respect it a bit more. All I think is that as leaders, we cannot afford to get killed because there is much to be done. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yanni. I would like to thank you for your words and for your courage continuing this work. And I'd like to invite everybody to visit the La Perla Amazonica area where I tested the most delicious honey from an endemic species. So do connect with Yanni so that we can continue to work together for the environment and peace in Colombia. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Yannick Silva, for your excellent interventions, highlighting good practices, lessons learned that we can think about for future processes. Ambassador, from your experience in conflict resolution and negotiation of peace agreements, what is the importance of relating reconciliation with nature and peace negotiations in the contemporary world? And how can we ensure that peace with nature is fully integrated in territorial peace processes? Thank you. It's an honor to be here talking about this very important topic, especially during COP16, where we see the importance of peace with nature, and given that Colombia is a leader in this regard. From our perspective, we have an experience with a peace process in Northern Ireland, where the United Kingdom, we are guarantor countries with all of Northern Ireland, and we have a peace agreement that we entered into in 1998. Although back then we did not have, we were not so aware about climate change and the importance of nature as we are now. That was very different. But we also did include environmental commitments in that agreement. It was clear for all that with conflict and without a peace effort, impacts on the environment would be much and at many levels. First of all, it is difficult to prioritize the environment when there is conflict, when we are focused on other topics. And it is clear that we are not using the resources and paying attention to protect the environment as we should. In particular, on neighboring areas on the borders. Our borders were closed between Ireland and Northern Ireland. And in that sense, we did not make investments to prevent damage to the environment because there, illegality will also find an opportunity to grow without having the eyes of government on them. For that reason, there were some environmental commitments in the peace agreement, in the Good Friday peace agreement. First, there was the commitment for the British government, because this is still part of the United Kingdom jurisdiction, there was this commitment for a report to be developed to see what they could do for social cohesion in a polarized society, and in terms of investments in transport and infrastructure, in terms of rural development and urban renewal, and the protection of the environment. And if I look at this list from Colombia, what I see on that list is efforts to improve territorialization of peace. That's actually investing in these social economic systems and also for the environment. We also had commitments to improve cooperation between Ireland and Northern Ireland. In particular, in terms of the use of water, we share many rivers and lakes on the border, and we have not had the opportunity to protect that and invest on those water sources. And the third level, between the UK and Ireland, in terms of climate change, there were things at the level of government. And what we see is that now we see the importance of this cooperation. When we have a social dialogue process, we need to see how we can live on a shared island. One of the most important topics in these conversations is the environment, because we have realized that we need to work together as an island, as countries, to find the way to protect it. And we see that from the communities and the youth especially, we are getting the messages that we need. We need to do our best, not only to promote peace, but also to find the way to prevent environmental damage. It is also very important for us to be here, recognizing the work that Colombia is doing in this field. And we recognize that the conversation about nature, biodiversity, and the environment has advanced a lot more here in Colombia than in any other countries. It's not the case as in Europe right now. We have to take advantage of this. I think that in terms of the question as to how to involve peace and nature as one of the processes, first, this has to be put on the agenda in every dialogue. We think that dialogue is the best way to find peace, and what we see here as a large country in this process, we see that the government, the communities, and the group are very committed to these topics. We see the importance of including this on the agenda. One of the unforeseen impacts of the 2016 agreement has been the impact on deforestation after the signature of the agreement. So it has to be included and commitments have to be implemented. Commitments that are part of the agreement should be implemented because it is there that we are going to see long-term impacts. And as regards governance, we have had the experience of lack of governance and the impact on the environment. So improving the presence of the state in these most affected regions is also very important. For instance, in terms of the national parks administration, national parks are impacted by conflict, and that is why we also consider environmental damage. Many have mentioned the inclusion or participation of communities and civil society is essential because we see that communities know their territories and it is them that want to find a way to make progress. Hani Silva is a very important representative there. Inclusion, especially women inclusion and youth inclusion, we see youth represented here. The European Union youth is represented here, and it's important to protect and promote their messages. And in Let's Defend Life campaign to defend human rights. And human rights advocates include environmental advocates that we have seen around. We saw the report on human rights a few days ago. This, as an international community, we believe we need to support it. We also believe that the indigenous communities' participation, African and peasant participation is important. And we also see the importance of funding of these projects in the long term. We as the international community can support this with small funds, but every effort and every fund will make a difference in the long term. We can work together to improve our opportunities, to improve the implementation of agreements, not only for peace agreements, but also peace with nature. Thank you. Thank you, Fiona, for sharing this example of Ireland and lessons learned. And thank you for highlighting the importance of Colombia's leadership, of having a different approach, including environmental topics from the very beginning. To conclude this panel, I'd like to ask Ambassador Oneg, what lessons do we learn from this experience to integrate care for nature with the construction of peace on the territories? And how can this form of international cooperation help achieve long-lasting peace that will protect nature in Colombia? Well, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. In our experience, in our role as guarantors of several peace processes, we have seen that the environment is key for people living on the territories. And we can now see that is something that is a topic in itself. It is not necessary to put it on the agenda because it happens. So it's not an abstract issue or a future issue. It is something that those living in the forest, those living on territories, are experiencing this now. They are already suffering the consequences of climate change, biodiversity loss, and for this reason, they understand this interdependence between the communities and nature. For this reason, we have also heard the concerns that there may be no economic alternatives, no productive projects, or the necessary social involvement. Among the fundamental causes for conflict, there is the dispute for natural resources and land. We see that with the recent destruction of nature, conflicts also speed up. Deforestation and peace are two priorities in Colombia in the embassy, together with human rights issues and women empowerment as cross-section access. We see that it is fundamental to work in a comprehensive way in an integrated fashion. We also see that you cannot solve the issue of peace and then take care of the environment. These are integral parts of the conflict that have to be dealt with simultaneously. And from the territories, now we hear that peace that is sought is a territorial peace with social justice and with environmental justice. I'd like to highlight that the other side of peace that is being discussed now, territorial peace, if we see that it is necessary to work with peace from the territories, hand in hand with local communities, strengthening local communities, what we see is the need for peace processes beyond words should be felt, seen, and touched. We have observed this in meetings with local communities in the north of the Amazon region. For instance, there are peace processes in these areas that had led to a list of very specific initiatives with specific changes demanded by local communities. These are changes that they can see and touch. Repairing the roof of a school, recruiting teachers for the school, for the local school, building a women's house or home, substituting illegal crops for legal crops, and of course, issues about land tenure, which are very important on the list. There are topics such as ecological restoration, women who want support to develop their greenhouses with native species, local people who want to learn about this wealth and live with it. And they want universities and schools, local schools and universities, to contribute with agro-environmental and conservation education for children and youth. I also think it is important to highlight that in Colombia, there are already important examples of this type of project. For example, with the peace agreement signatories from 2016, we have very positive experiences that are very relevant to this discussion. Those who were the enemies during the war decades are now very important allies in the protection of the environment. Many of them are engaged in sustainable agriculture, ecotourism, environmental education, and ecosystem restoration. So we already have several examples that this is possible. Another experience that we have is that territorial transformations require articulation and strong articulation and coordination among various institutions. This is not easy anywhere, but the challenge is even more in areas of conflict. The truth is that there may be political willingness and economic resources, but if there is no ability to implement, this is not enough. So, in international cooperation, as Fiona said, we can help and accompany these processes, as all countries represented in this panel do. We can listen to local communities, try to understand the conflict areas, and see what can be done to make progress towards peace. We can also fund some specific lessons in the territories, but we cannot replace the state. It's not our role, and we cannot replace state institutions. So the state presence, the support of the state on the territories plays a fundamental role and is necessary for these processes. The state has policies and tools for territorial transformation. These transformations can build trust because they are visible, specific. There are policies such as the comprehensive rural reform and the establishment of peasant areas are some examples. Also, collective agreements may strengthen the communities on their territorial fight and also improve environmental governance. There are economic alternatives such as community ecotourism and also forestry systems and regeneration policies are important. These are just a few examples. We can support you. We can undertake to be as expeditious as possible within our systems to support the initiatives contributing to long-lasting peace. We can undertake to try to understand local conflict, local and territorial conflict, contributing to local solutions that will strengthen the communities, building better living conditions at peace with nature. We can help and strengthen the capacity of institutions for them to articulate and implement specific projects in the framework of dialogues. And what is even more important, we can undertake to continue being faithful, trusting these processes in Colombia. You deserve this faith. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martin, for these very important topics, talking about the long experience that Norway has had in supporting peace processes in Colombia. I would like to thank the entire panel. It's been an honor to be here with you. There have been very important discussions that have provided us with valuable elements. I am sure that with the support of the Peace Commissioner and of the international community, highlighting these important points for the future of peace in Colombia, strengthening the relationship with communities and nature, and prioritizing and protecting the environment of this country that is so valuable. I believe it is going to be a world leader, showing how we manage to have these peace processes that are so participatory and involving the environment. Thank you very much. It's been a great honor for me. Thank you so much.
aquí. Les doy la bienvenida a este panel que es acerca de fortalecer la cooperación regional para combatir el tráfico ilícito de vida silvestre en Sudamérica, específicamente el rol de SUDWEN. Les quiero dar la bienvenida también a nuestros panelistas, la embajadora Carmen Azurín, directora de Medio Ambiente del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores del Perú y representante de la presidencia de SUDWEN. Mi colega Carla Suárez, oficial de programa de UNODC, la Oficina de Naciones Unidas para combatir el tráfico, el crimen, el delito y las drogas, a cargo de programas en América Latina, y Jimmy Gómez, nuestro coordinador regional del programa ECOS aquí en Colombia. Yo voy a ser la moderadora de este evento y voy a aprovechar unos minutitos al inicio para hablar un poquito del contexto de lo que vamos a conversar hoy día. Y quiero empezar por felicitar, ¿no?, al gobierno colombiano por esta iniciativa de albergarnos en esta COP de biodiversidad aquí en Cali, que se le llama la COP de la gente, ¿no? Y pues creo que está muy bien dicho. El objetivo central de hoy va a ser hablar del papel de SUDWEN, que es una plataforma de trabajo coordinado, básicamente. Es países, representantes de países de Sudamérica que se reúnen para trabajar temas de cómo combatir y cómo prevenir y manejar el tráfico de vida silvestre. Ahora, esto se enmarca en el contexto de otras que llamamos WENs, W-E-N, por sus siglas en inglés, que es el Wildlife Enforcement Network, que son redes de la aplicación de la ley para proteger, digamos, la vida salvaje. Entonces, hay otros WENs en el mundo. Está el WEN, se llama HAWEN, que es el del Cuerno de África. Está el del sudeste asiático. Y aquí en Sudamérica tenemos también este SUDWEN, que se creó en el 2014 a través de la Declaración de Sao Paulo. Y el objetivo, tal y como se planteó, fue aumentar y mejorar los esfuerzos de lucha contra el tráfico de vida silvestre en América del Sur. Si bien la red SUDWEN se creó en el 2014, en realidad ha empezado su labor un poco más intensiva pues hace un par de años, que reiniciaron las conversaciones para relanzar y volver a conversar el tema de la cooperación internacional. Sí. Ahora, desde la Oficina de las Naciones Unidas para combatir las drogas y el delito, que es la que represento yo dirijo el programa global de crímenes que afectan el medio ambiente, o delitos que afectan el medio ambiente, que es la definición correcta en castellano. Y desde la UNODC, como le llamamos por sus siglas en inglés, apoyamos el trabajo que ha venido haciendo SUDWEN en este contexto, desde el replanteamiento de reimpulsar la iniciativa hasta empezar a apoyar ya el plan de acción que se ha asociado, que se ha determinado, y las estrategias y intercambios que van a realizarse a partir de ahí. En esto no estamos solos, apoyamos a la red SUDWEN como parte de los socios de un consorcio que tenemos con las principales agencias internacionales que trabajan en este tema: Interpol, la Organización Mundial de Aduanas, la Comisión CITES, la que ve el tráfico, entre otras cosas, el tráfico de vida silvestre, el Banco Mundial, y pues tenemos a UNODC. Entonces, el consorcio se llama IQIC, también por sus siglas en inglés, que es el Consorcio de Combate al Tráfico de la Vida Silvestre. Y hemos contado con el apoyo financiero de Estados Unidos, específicamente USAID. Entonces, ya un poquito con este marco, quiero también pues volverles a dar la bienvenida a los panelistas y quizás pasarle brevemente la palabra a Jimmy para que nos cuente un poquito de la problemática de tráfico de vida silvestre aquí en Colombia. ¿Sí? Te paso la palabra.
Muchas gracias, Hani. Y Para hablar un poco del tráfico de vida silvestre en Colombia, yo quisiera iniciar con una premisa que quiero que sea como una reflexión, y es ¿qué está detrás del tráfico de vida silvestre en Colombia? Y definitivamente nosotros cuando hablemos de tráfico de vida silvestre tenemos que ser conscientes que detrás del tráfico hay organizaciones criminales, muchas veces transnacionales. De acuerdo a la DIJÍN de la Policía Nacional, el 60% de las incautaciones de vida silvestre están relacionadas con organizaciones criminales transnacionales. Ahora bien, dicho esto, hablemos un poco del contexto colombiano. Colombia es un país de vocación rural, somos 114 millones de hectáreas, de las cuales el 51% son bosques. Y en esos bosques tenemos una gran riqueza natural que está siendo amenazada. Digámoslo que el principal generador de pasivos ambientales en Colombia está relacionado con la deforestación. Y aquí quiero hacer una reflexión que puede darle sentido a la premisa que hablé de las organizaciones criminales. Cuando hablamos de deforestación, estamos hablando de un promedio, de acuerdo a las cifras oficiales del IDEAN, de 150.000 hectáreas deforestadas por año. Esto si sacamos el promedio de los últimos 5 años. 150.000 hectáreas equivalen cerca de 400 hectáreas diarias. Son 400 estadios que se están deforestando cada día. ¿Cuál es el principal motor de esta deforestación? El acaparamiento de tierras, que es básicamente tumbar el bosque para apropiarse de terrenos de la nación, quemarlo porque no utilizan esa madera y posteriormente utilizarlo generalmente para la ganadería extensiva. Y hagamos este ejercicio mentalmente. El IDEAN ha encontrado lotes deforestados de 200 hectáreas perfectamente. Para deforestar 200 hectáreas se calcula que en mano de obra se requiere 1 millón por hectárea, serían 200 millones para hacer esa tala. Si queremos agregarle el ganado vacuno en ganadería extensiva, que es lo que se utiliza en estos lugares, aproximadamente serán 200 cabezas de ganado. A un promedio de 2 millones de pesos son 400 millones, más 200 la deforestación son 600 millones de pesos, algo así como $150.000. La pregunta para ustedes, un colono, un campesino normal, tiene 600 millones de pesos cash para hacer eso, no lo tiene. Aquí estamos refrendando lo que está detrás de la depredación del capital natural, que son organizaciones criminales. Y dicho esto, empecemos a pensar cómo atacar estos fenómenos, y la experiencia ha demostrado que cuando queremos hacer disrupción del delito, se tiene que tener un fuerte trabajo de la investigación criminal y la policía judicial. Porque las labores diarias de la fuerza pública, que son eficientes y valoramos mucho, están haciendo un control que está llegando al eslabón más débil de la cadena, que corresponde a las personas que generalmente están instrumentalizadas en territorio. Pero tenemos que llegar a los eslabones fuertes de la cadena, que son los determinadores. Y a estos determinadores, para llegar con condenas fuertes, con extinción de dominio, para poder desarticularlos, es necesaria la investigación criminal. La reflexión, entonces, de este panorama en Colombia es: necesitamos luchar contra estas cadenas criminales. Y en ese sentido, la red Sudwen nos permite poder atacarlas integralmente, porque muchas de estas cadenas son de carácter transnacional. El delito no tiene fronteras. Y ahí la importancia de la red. Creo que me pasé de tiempo.
Muchas gracias, Jimmy. Y efectivamente no solamente son transnacionales, que lo son, y interregionales además, sino que una cosa que sorprende mucho cuando vemos la información que existe es que no tenemos muchas estimaciones de la cantidad de especies que son traficadas desde y teniendo como origen América Latina y el Caribe en general. Y entonces le quería pedir a Carla que nos dé un poquito de datos al respecto de la región y nos comente un poco cómo es esta problemática en la región.
Gracias, Jani. Gracias a todos por acompañarnos en este momento del día y después en este momento de la COP también, porque han sido jornadas extenuantes que nos muestran la importancia y el compromiso que tenemos hacia la biodiversidad biológica y particularmente en este tema la vida silvestre que integra la fauna y la flora. Como lo había mencionado Jimmy, como también lo precisaba Jani, es importante mencionar que el delito contra la vida silvestre es súper lucrativo, porque es un delito en el cual, en el caso de fauna o de especies, las especies van aumentando el valor conforme van pasando de eslabón. Entonces es posible que tal vez una persona que habita en un espacio en el cual es rico de fauna perciba un valor pequeño, pero conforme este animal va trasladándose de ciudad en ciudad y de país en país, incrementa su valor de modo increíble. Y además, las posibilidades de ser sancionado por esto son realmente bajas. Tal vez porque aún no encontramos como mundo la importancia de tener que perseguir este delito con la magnitud que representa. Seguimos creyendo que en la naturaleza se trata de un pajarito, se trata de una rana, por último se trata de un jaguar, hay muchos, pero no hay muchos. Y en esta ocasión quería contarles unos datos bizarros, por decirlo menos, que suceden en la región respecto del tráfico de especies. Haciéndoles un pequeño histórico de los últimos años. Por ejemplo, en junio del 2019 se hallaron 2.000 ranas gigantes procedentes de Puno que serían usadas para hacer jugos y batidos. En un operativo de las autoridades se encontraron más de 2.500 ranas gigantes del Titicaca, que se ofertaban para hacer jugos y batidos porque se cree que la bebida de estas ranas genera propiedades curativas que no están para nada corroboradas. Aún así, se ofertan como parte de estas cosas exóticas que a veces nos gusta probar. En enero del 2022, por ejemplo, el programa MasterChef Ecuador usó carne de fauna silvestre anunciada como venado, capibara, caimán y tiburón como un reto para producir platillos gourmet, y este escenario iba a ser transmitido en el horario estelar de este canal. Afortunadamente, organizaciones de la sociedad civil se movieron con acciones judiciales para prevenir que este programa sea difundido, que la acción sea cometida, pero la carne de monte ya estaba exhibida, ya estaba lista. Se le exigió al canal que informe cuál era la procedencia de estos animales y lo que hicieron fue trasladar el lugar en el cual se grababa el programa, para que la jurisdicción de otro país no pudiese perseguirles. En marzo de 2022, un video de YouTube hace un unboxing, que es este proceso de abrir en vivo un paquete que recibimos por mensajería para exhibir una iguana dorada de Galápagos. Y aquí un ciudadano de procedencia asiática que se cree que vive en Indonesia y es un famoso coleccionista, hace esta transmisión y va contando lo difícil que fue para él haber conseguido esta iguana dorada que habita en una isla particular de Galápagos que no está abierta al público y que le ha tomado meses recibirla y está muy contenta de que llegue viva, porque le habían avisado que necesitaba que varios ejemplares viajen a través del mundo para que uno pudiese llegar vivo. En este caso, la iguana viajó casi 5 continentes y nadie la descubrió. En mayo del 2023, Australia investiga 2 muertes tras el uso del veneno de la rana cambó en rituales. En New South Wales, que su capital es Sydney, las autoridades australianas están investigando la muerte de 2 turistas por el uso del veneno de la rana cambó en procedimientos de terapia natural. Importante mencionarles que esta rana solo está presente en la región amazónica y que también tuvo que cruzarse el mundo para poder llegar a Australia. Para que esta rana secrete este veneno tiene que ser torturada porque el veneno es un mecanismo de protección frente al dolor. Entonces esta rana es estirada en sus extremidades hasta que su piel suda el veneno. Se cree que el veneno genera propiedades curativas a nivel espiritual, cuando lo que realmente hace es envenenarnos. Si nos produce vómitos, sudoración y convulsiones, no es que estamos expulsando los demonios, es que estamos siendo contaminados hasta el punto de morir. Otra de las cosas bizarras, que uno encuentra esto en internet cuando busca tráfico de especies. En mayo 2023, modelo de OnlyFans anuncia en una transmisión en vivo en redes sociales que posee un cachorro de jaguar y muestra cómo el jaguar muerde sus manos, sus prendas y cómo ella lo reprende. Obviamente esta ola, este incidente genera una ola de críticas y ella dice, pero en Sinaloa todos tenemos un jaguar. La historia detrás de este movimiento y de esta presión en contra de esta modelo fue que ella decía, a mí me trajeron este jaguar, yo lo pude comprar. Solo les cuento un dato curioso, ella es exnovia de Peso Pluma, no estoy segura de que todos lo conocen, yo tampoco lo conozco muy bien, pero supongo que es un referente importante. Y ella decía, yo lo pude conseguir al igual que todo el mundo, pero tanta presión me hizo que ya me deshaga del animal. A mí me trajeron este animal de Sudamérica y yo ya no lo tengo. Días después, el animal apareció abandonado en un santuario en Estados Unidos. Y finalmente, entre estas cosas extrañas que uno encuentra, solo para darles un dato más actual, en junio de 2024, el sitio web Infobay, no sé si lo han visto, es muy común y comparte notas curiosas. Difunde cómo preparar guisado de armadillo y explica los ingredientes, dónde se puede conseguir esta carne y la denominación exótica que tiene esta carne, que se le conoce como el 7 carnes, porque la gente describe que el sabor del armadillo es como de pollo, de carne, de pavo, entre otros. Lo que no advierte este sitio web, y es importante tomarlo en cuenta, es que hay estudios que demuestran que el consumo de carne de armadillo generan mayor incidencia de contraer lepra. Sin embargo, esta información se difunde como preparar un pastel. Y estos datos los llegamos a conocer por lo bizarros que son, por eso se hacen populares. Pero detrás de esto existe un problema más grande, que es una cifra negra de la cual no tenemos idea clara, principalmente porque no todos los países, particularmente a nivel de Sudamérica, reconocemos el delito de tráfico de especies como un delito. Y este es un problema gravísimo, porque a veces creemos que es una infracción administrativa y la ley lo permite. Y lo que esto hace es que ciertos países dentro de nuestra región sean más débiles que otros, porque obviamente es más económico y más divertido como delincuente estar en un país en el cual la sanción no es penal, en el cual incluso tenemos la posibilidad de ofertar esto como el comercio. Por ejemplo, el tema del ritual con la rana cambó, si ustedes lo buscan en internet, lo encontrarán disponible como parte de paquetes turísticos. El consumo de carne de yacaré, que es de caimán, también está como parte de la oferta turística, entre otros. Y esta es la realidad que se enfrenta en Latinoamérica. Un escenario poco regulado o no regulado, una tendencia a restarle la importancia a este delito y, por supuesto, abrir las puertas a que el crimen organizado cometa este tipo de acciones. Traficar un cachorro de jaguar hasta Estados Unidos no es fácil. Permitir que el jaguar se exhibe en redes sociales y que después aparezca en un santuario y que nadie lo note tampoco es fácil. Que una rana que habita en un archipiélago, en un país como Ecuador, que es pequeño y está comprimido entre el resto de países de la región, que logre llegar a Indonesia, tampoco es fácil. Sin embargo, esto es lo que pasa en la región de Sudamérica. Y creo que es muy importante ponerlo sobre la mesa de esta forma tan amigable, con estas historias tan raras, porque nos acerca a la realidad.
Muchas gracias, Carla. Y además de estas historias bizarras, sabemos que hay muchísimo tráfico también de tortugas, por ejemplo, que se trafican en huevos. Muchas veces solamente menos de la mitad de los huevos de tortuga sobreviven, huevos de aves, muchos loros y aves silvestres. Entonces tenemos un problema real de tráfico de vida silvestre y más allá de eso también, en general, de crímenes que afectan el medio ambiente en la región, pero no tenemos mucho de las estimaciones. Pero ahora quiero también darle la palabra y la bienvenida otra vez a la embajadora Carmen Azurio, directora de Medio Ambiente del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Perú, que en representación de la presidencia de Sudwen nos pueda compartir algunas palabras para explicarnos cómo la red Sudwen es una respuesta a esta problemática, a los delitos contra la vida silvestre aquí en la región. Embajadora.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Jania, gracias Carla y Jimmy. Ellos han explicado ya algunos de los puntos que me hubiera gustado también realzar, pero lo que les quiero explicar es que la red Sudwen está conformada por los países de América Latina en su mayoría. Nos falta que Guyana se una. Tenemos Argentina, Bolivia, Brasil, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, Perú, obviamente, Surinam y Uruguay, ¿no? Tenemos el propósito común de combatir el tráfico ilícito de vida silvestre mediante la cooperación y las redes de información que se están conformando a nivel de estos países y también internamente. Uno de los retos para nosotros a nivel interno es que las autoridades encargadas de prevenir, de verificar y de perseguir este tipo de delitos están desarticuladas. Al tener una red Sudwen nos obliga a que cada país congregue a todas sus autoridades encargadas de la vida silvestre o del control del comercio o de la persecución del crimen, estén organizadas, compartan información y lo mismo suceda de cara a los otros países. Entonces, integrándolos, vamos a tener una mejor respuesta. Les mencionaba a todos los países que conforman la red porque esa ha sido una problemática también, el terreno que abarcan todos esos países, todo el continente latinoamericano con sus diferentes regiones costeras, andinas, amazónicas, con lo remoto de algunas regiones que impiden que incluso la autoridad sea efectiva en algunos lugares, hacen que justamente sea un crimen fácil de cometer y sobre todo a través de intermediarios que van acopiando y trasladando a los animales de un lugar a otro. Y también el hecho de que Sudamérica obviamente tiene una riqueza, una diversidad muy amplia, ¿no? En conjunto tenemos entre 1/3 hasta 50% de las especies globales, 33% de mamíferos del mundo, 35% de reptiles, 41% de las aves a nivel planetario, 50% de los anfibios, por citar solo algunas estadísticas. Esta mega diversidad, que debiera ser una situación ventajosa y debiéramos aprovecharla sosteniblemente, se convierte en un activo que atrae al criminal, ¿no? Y el hecho que las regiones sean remotas y que la presencia de la autoridad lo sea también, hace que el delito sea mucho más fácil. Asimismo, tenemos una concentración de tantas especies en la región que es muy fácil, ¿no? Es muy fácil encontrar lo que el coleccionista o el que tiene un zoológico privado o el intermediario que hace el comercio con estas especies lo solicite. Este tráfico se ve facilitado por no estar tipificado como delito, como mencionó Carla, y además en algunos países que sí tenemos legislación, por ejemplo, como Perú, que está penado, es muy difícil hacer los procedimientos de persecución del crimen porque a veces también estas personas operan de manera transnacional. Cuando son atrapadas en un país, ya la mercancía está en otro, o cruzan de un lado a otro de la orilla del río y están bajo otro régimen penal, y si los atraparon en un lado pero las pruebas están del otro, no hay una unificación de procedimientos como para levantar las pruebas y que el proceso que se hace a las personas sea efectivo y finalmente sea sancionado. Asimismo, ya hemos dicho, es un crimen transnacional y también internacional. América Latina es país de origen, país de tránsito, pero el destino suele estar fuera. Entonces es muy difícil también para nuestras autoridades llegar a otro país con procesos judiciales efectivos. Cuesta mucho hacer las traducciones, de repente de muchas páginas, de repente hay que argumentar de manera especializada de qué especie se trata, de repente no es conocida en el otro país, les parece hay una orquídea más, un cactus más, un gato más, y no nos prestan atención también para que haya una respuesta en el mercado de destino. y el costo obviamente de hacer procesos judiciales desalienta de perseguirlos hasta el lugar de destino, y por eso Sudwen creo que puede solucionar todos estos problemas al buscar marcos normativos comunes, al tratar de arreglar, acordar procedimientos también que puedan ser compartidos y que puedan ayudar a perseguir de manera regional estos delitos, al brindar redes de información y de inteligencia no solo a la autoridad judicial, a la autoridad policial, también a la autoridad aduanera, también a la autoridad de puertos, aeropuertos, y además puede motivar a las comunidades indígenas a darse cuenta del valor intrínseco de la diversidad en sus regiones, para involucrarlos en el cuidado y para involucrarlos a tener un mejor valor sostenible del entorno que los rodea de vida silvestre. Y lo último, queremos hacer que esta actividad lucrativa, que efectivamente no tiene sanciones ni es vista como un delito, pues como al nivel de un asesinato o el tráfico de drogas, sea realmente vista a nivel internacional y en nuestras propias regiones y países como un delito por la amenaza que significa a la sostenibilidad de la vida silvestre en el mundo, no solo en América Latina, y de ser posible que desalentemos este tráfico lucrativo, persiguiendo también a toda la cadena del crimen hasta la recuperación de activos. Ahí va a ser efectiva esta lucha, porque de momento este tráfico que mueve entre 7 y 30 millones de dólares, al final se soluciona con una multa administrativa o con que no es sabida la persona que traficó, o no es sabido finalmente el coleccionista, que es el que paga e incita a este crimen. Entonces, queremos llegar hasta confiscar toda esta cadena de lavado de activos que finalmente hay y pedir la devolución de estos activos para poder fortalecer la prevención y la lucha en nuestros países contra este crimen. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, embajadora. Y efectivamente, el problema de este delito es que es transnacional y, como decía, requiere un trabajo y una cooperación internacional para poder abordarla, para poder combatirla. Y en eso la red Sudwen nos ayuda también para poder establecer no solamente coherencia dentro de la región, pero poder tener luego intercambios con otras regiones y poder justamente agilizar procesos de investigación y casos que puedan presentarse. Aprovecho también para felicitar al Perú por haber asumido la presidencia de Sudwen y por el trabajo muy importante que están haciendo en también la coordinación técnica y quería aprovechar entonces también para justamente preguntarle, embajadora, ¿qué importancia ha tenido para el Perú asumir esta presidencia de Sudwen y qué implicaciones trae esto para el Perú como país?
Sí, muchas gracias. Bueno, asumir la presidencia de Sudwen ha sido un reto. En primer lugar, porque somos la primera presidencia que tiene la red. Como explicó Hani, hubo que relanzarla porque estuvo en una inactividad durante casi 5 años, en parte por la pandemia y en parte también por esta complejidad de organizar a todas las autoridades en cada país y determinar quién iba a ser el punto de contacto dentro de la red. Lo dejamos a determinación de cada país y finalmente la demora en que los términos de referencia de la red fueran aceptados. Sabemos que en materia judicial, penal, jurisdicción de las policías hay un poco de reticencia, ¿no? Cada país quiere mantener sus reglas, sus procedimientos, no quieren que haya investigación cruzada a través de las fronteras, entonces tenemos que ir con mucho cuidado y respeto a la soberanía. Entonces fue un reto de alinear a todos estos países a aceptar los términos de referencia de la red y también iniciar todo el planeamiento financiero para poder poner en marcha la red, porque no basta la buena voluntad de todos nosotros internamente o finalmente entre los países miembros, sino que hay que tener una articulación financiera, incluso para hacer reuniones y tareas mínimas, y en eso agradecemos el decidido apoyo que nos ha dado UNODC, y ellos han concertado también apoyo de otras entidades como USAID, para poder permitirnos planificar acciones que se van a ejecutar durante la presidencia peruana. Hemos tenido la primera reunión de la red para hacerla operativa. En ese marco también hemos aprovechado de organizar un taller inicial para definir los vacíos legales justamente y ver cómo llenarlos para tener una línea de base para nuestra actuación. En igual sentido, hemos podido aprobar el plan de acción que va a ser por 2 años, con acciones que ya tienen el financiamiento, posibilidades de financiamiento, de manera que no sean solo buenas intenciones. Vamos a trabajar inicialmente en los marcos normativos y también ha sido un reto porque en varios, incluso dentro de nuestros propios países, las autoridades encargadas de poner el orden se ven amenazadas. Se ven amenazadas por el tráfico, por las redes criminales que se dedican a este tráfico y que están ligadas igualmente a otras redes de delitos conexos. Entonces, hemos podido convencer a todas las autoridades de cooperar y de trabajar con nosotros y de asumir de manera seria y responsable el compromiso con la presidencia peruana, que está liderada por la Cancillería, pero está integrada por los ministerios competentes y por las autoridades competentes que están trabajando de manera colaborativa, lo mismo con los otros países. Al mismo tiempo hemos empezado también a pensar en una ronda de donantes que nos va a dar un alivio para la continuidad financiera de Sudwen. Y de igual manera estamos ya iniciando acciones para difundir, concientizar, no solo a nivel de las comunidades locales, sino también a nivel internacional, con audiencias como ustedes, a los que agradezco que hayan asistido, para conocer nuestra red y poder contribuir en sus respectivos países, con sus respectivas autoridades, y si son donantes, con la presidencia peruana de la red, para involucrarlos en las actividades que ella tiene. Gracias.
Y quiero además agradecer al Perú, más allá de Sudwen, Perú ha estado jugando un rol diplomático muy importante. Por ejemplo, fueron partes de los que apoyaron una nueva resolución vinculada con reconocer y trabajar crímenes que afectan el medio ambiente como crímenes organizados, como delincuencia organizada, en el marco de una conferencia de partes también que se hubo, pero sobre la Convención de combate al crimen organizado, obviamente. Entonces, muchas gracias y siga contando con UNODC y con la ONU en general para pues apoyar estos esfuerzos. Y en este sentido, hablando de la cooperación internacional y justamente de los retos, quería pasarle la palabra a Carla y preguntarle de qué manera crees tú que a través de Sudwen la cooperación internacional puede fortalecer el apoyo específicamente a países miembros en sus esfuerzos para combatir el tráfico de especies de vida silvestre y proteger la biodiversidad.
Gracias, Jani. Creo que lo que ha mencionado la embajadora es muy cierto. Para el tema del combate del delito y el delito en general, los países tenemos muchas limitaciones por la propia estructura de un país. Tenemos límites territoriales, tenemos límites jurisdiccionales y espacios de competencia diferentes. En este caso particular, la cooperación internacional primero nos permite, sobre la base de un instrumento homologado que es la Convención de las Naciones Unidas contra la Delincuencia Organizada y también contra la corrupción, tener el compromiso de los países de sumarse al combate de este delito. Y afortunadamente ya estamos discutiendo como mundo la necesidad de tener un cuarto protocolo de la UNTOC que esté relacionado con el tema de delitos ambientales. En este escenario es en el cual la cooperación a través de Sudwen juega un rol muy importante, porque nos da la posibilidad de abrir estas puertas que tienen los países como límites. Generalmente los países requerimos, y en Latinoamérica de manera particular, un documento que nos vincule, un documento que nos mueva a hacer algo y al cual podamos ampararnos, porque al final del día el proceso de judicialización se vuelve hasta miedoso, por decirlo de alguna forma, porque si me olvidé de una palabra, si no encuentro la ley, se cae el proceso. En este bagaje que tenemos, la existencia de esta red, que tiene términos de referencia en los cuales los países se han sumado, a nosotros como cooperación nos permite primero identificar cuáles son las diferencias que existen entre cada país, para poder identificar las brechas en las cuales trabajar. El tema de la legislación es una de estas. Nosotros desde UNODC, por ejemplo, en temas legislativos producimos guías legislativas que compilan buenas prácticas a nivel mundial, porque no siempre tenemos que inventar algo. Muchas veces hay países que ya generan una buena idea, que puede ser compartida y que con un proceso de asistencia puede ser adaptada, que esto es una oportunidad que nosotros vemos que con mucho beneplácito Sudwen lo ha dado la bienvenida y estamos listos para apoyar en esto. Otro tema muy importante en el cual la cooperación a través de Sudwen puede trabajar es el tema del fortalecimiento de capacidades. Trabajar en delitos ambientales es particularmente complejo porque tiene un aspecto anterior que lo regula, que es el tema del derecho ambiental. Y como mundo nos hemos esforzado mucho para que el derecho ambiental sea complejo, incluso de muy buena voluntad, porque queremos cumplir muchos requisitos para que el uso de recursos naturales se haga bien. Cuando esto lo trasladamos a la instancia de investigación del delito, nos encontramos que los agentes fiscales, policiales y jueces no son expertos ambientales y no tienen todo el bagaje anterior para conocer qué está pasando. Desde la cooperación sí tenemos la oportunidad de recopilar todo este conocimiento, adaptarlo y contextualizarlo para una comprensión más regional de conceptos básicos, generación de entrenamientos específicos, porque no es lo mismo investigar narcotráfico, levantar un operativo de narcotráfico, que hacerlo en el caso de fauna, por ejemplo. Y aquí vienen también el surgimiento de herramientas y protocolos especiales. Piensen ustedes que no es lo mismo incautar droga, que es un ser inerte, que está empacado de determinada manera para que pueda ser transportado fácilmente, que encontrarnos con este cachorro de jaguar, que nos enteramos de su existencia a través de una red social, porque está vivo, no sabemos si está enfermo, si está bien alimentado, y además hay especies que cuando son retiradas de su hábitat, por más que las encontremos vivas y en medianamente buenas condiciones, no podrán ser reinsertados a su hábitat. ¿Qué hacemos a nivel regional con eso? Todavía no tenemos conceptos claros, sin embargo, la cooperación puede compartir experiencias y asistir a los países para este desarrollo muy específico. Y la red Sudwen nos da esta oportunidad. Y finalmente, creo que uno de los espacios más importantes es la creación de espacios como estos y también espacios seguros en los cuales intercambiemos información. Uno de los desafíos de la cooperación internacional es compartir información, porque obviamente la información es poder, más aún en un proceso de investigación judicial. Muchas veces el ejercicio de compartir información no se da porque no queremos hacerlo o porque no es posible hacerlo. No se da porque no sabemos cómo hacerlo, no sabemos qué dice un país en una legislación y qué dice otro, cómo iniciamos un proceso de cooperación informal, esta cooperación informal cómo se transforma a formal y cómo puede ser de utilidad en un proceso. Sin embargo, la cooperación puede abrir estas puertas y generar estos espacios en los cuales se generan estos acuerdos como el de Sudwen o acuerdos más operacionales. Que a veces son sencillos, es sentar a dos agentes fiscales para que el uno le cuente al otro cómo se entiende su legislación. A veces el nombre del delito es diferente, pero el tipo penal es el mismo y resulta que sí podemos cooperar. A veces resulta que incluso tenemos convenios de extradición y no sabíamos. Pero es necesario generar esta cercanía que la cooperación nos permite desarrollar. Y finalmente no es menos importante porque es necesario ponerlo en la agenda de discusión de las políticas, el tema de raise awareness o el tema de concientización. Es muy importante, por ejemplo, la COP, porque nos lleva a hablar de estos espacios. Pero estos ejercicios tienen que continuar y la cooperación lo hace de manera constante, de manera amigable, de manera neutral, que eso es muy importante porque lleva a la toma de decisiones, mueve la conciencia, mueve recursos e invita a más actores, porque esto es nuestro mundo, es una lucha de todos. Al final del día no es un jaguar desaparecido, es el desequilibrio del ciclo de vida. y eso nos afecta a todos.
Muchas gracias, Carla. Y efectivamente, compartir información, generar redes formales, pero también informales, capacitación, compartir buenas prácticas, todos son retos de la cooperación internacional, pero absolutamente necesarios para combatir redes internacionales de delincuentes también, de delincuencia organizada, ¿no? Últimamente estamos escuchando mucho esto de se necesita una red para combatir una red, y eso es muy cierto. Quiero para terminar ahora hacer un par de preguntas a los tres. La primera es, ¿cuáles en su opinión son las necesidades más urgentes de intervención en la región para poder lidiar con este problema del tráfico de especies, y cuáles son las especies y países más afectadas en lo que respecta al tráfico ilícito de especies?
Bueno, muchas gracias. Con referencia a Colombia, de acuerdo a las cifras oficiales de incautación del Observatorio de la Policía Nacional Dijín, las especies más afectadas son las aves, los reptiles y los mamíferos, en ese mismo orden. Y a pesar de lo que uno creería, pensaría que los departamentos con mayor incautación están asociados a la parte amazónica, los departamentos con mayor incautación están en el norte de Colombia, Sucre, Bolívar, Córdoba, Antioquia. Esa respondería a una parte de la pregunta. La segunda parte, con lo que tiene que ver con la mayor necesidad, diría yo que hay una gran oportunidad de mejora en lo que tiene que ver con las condenas a las organizaciones criminales. Nosotros hemos venido trabajando desde ECOS con unas mentorías a los investigadores y a los fiscales con la finalidad de construir de mejor forma los acervos probatorios, de tal forma que cuando el fiscal y el investigador llevan ante el juez los casos de tráfico de fauna, tengan mayor probabilidad de condenas efectivas. Pensamos que aquí hay una gran oportunidad de mejora, porque efectivamente hay alguna debilidad técnica, por lo mismo que Carla decía. Se requiere alguna expertise especial para poder valorar y dimensionar efectivamente el daño que se está realizando cuando estamos traficando flora o fauna silvestre. Esperamos que a través de la red Sudwen no solamente podamos compartir información, que esa información nos ayude a fortalecer esos acervos probatorios en estos casos transnacionales, porque consideramos que realmente es una gran necesidad de poder tener una sanción efectiva contra el delito transnacional.
Gracias Jimmy. Tal vez en esta lógica de hablar a nivel regional, creo que un área muy importante y urgente de intervención es cambiar el enfoque que tenemos de los delitos contra la vida silvestre. Se sigue creyendo que son delitos pequeños, que son delitos que suceden de manera aislada, que de hecho solo suceden en los espacios en los cuales hay disponibilidad de la especie, porque nunca se nos ocurre que la especie puede pasar por un aeropuerto, por un puerto, o a través del mundo donde estamos todos presentes. Entonces es necesario y urgente intervenir en el enfoque que tenemos como región hacia el delito ambiental, el delito contra la vida silvestre, y conceptualizarlo como un delito grave. ¿Y qué significa conceptualizarlo como un delito grave? Es empezar a entender que este delito está vinculado con el crimen organizado. Es físicamente imposible que una iguana que se encuentre en una isla pequeña de un archipiélago en el Ecuador llegue a Indonesia cometiendo este delito por una sola persona. Es físicamente imposible, no hay escenario en el cual un solo individuo haya podido lograr esta hazaña. Es importante entonces empezar a reconocer a nivel de región que el delito contra la vida silvestre tiene una estructura organizada, tiene un financiamiento, tiene permanencia en el tiempo y tiene un fin económico. Y de este modo se vuelve incluso más atractivo para los países de una u otra manera empezar a perseguirlo, porque van a poder tener también un retorno en esta lógica de mejorar la estabilidad del Estado, porque está tratando de atacar el crimen organizado. El delito ambiental tiene una particularidad que incluye la pérdida del territorio, y la pérdida del territorio empieza a acercarse a la inestabilidad del Estado y empieza a modificar la forma en la que se gobierna, y esto es muy importante tenerlo presente. Y creo que otro tema urgente de intervención primero es empezar a tecnificarnos en lo que queremos combatir y ser estratégicos en este aspecto. Lamentablemente cada vez los delitos son infinitos y la capacidad que tenemos los estados es limitada, nos obliga a escoger y a priorizar. Entonces muchas veces queremos investigar todo lo que podemos con el estándar más alto, pero nuestro país no está listo para ese estándar. Lo importante es irnos acercando, tecnificando, generando herramientas técnicas, generando procesos de capacitación cada vez más claros, más sencillos también, porque el derecho ambiental es duro de comprender. Si nosotros mismos lo hacemos complejo, va a ser muy difícil mantener el caso en juicio. Entonces, empezar tal vez a democratizar también qué es lo que estamos combatiendo en materia ambiental es muy importante. Y ya para ir cerrando, contarles que respecto de las especies y las zonas más afectadas, Latinoamérica aún no tiene una especie emblemática como para decir que tenemos que movernos hacia el combate de la vida silvestre, como pasa en Asia o en África. Estamos cerca, sí, estamos cerca, porque además estamos por extinguirle a la totoaba. Pero es muy importante notar cuál es la tendencia que tenemos en el tráfico de especies. Y como lo mencionaba Jimmy, por ejemplo, está el tiburón, que es otro de estos datos importantes que hay que tener presente, porque hay la tendencia a comer carne de tiburón porque tiene estos mitos detrás, pero el tiburón tiene una función importante en el mar, que es ser como un filtro. Y como está tan contaminada el agua, ahora la carne de tiburón tiene mercurio, y el consumo de mercurio para la vida humana es mortal. Entonces, no consumamos tiburón. El jaguar tiene una utilidad muy importante en el ciclo de vida porque es un regulador, es el principal en la cadena y él consume otros animales y se trata de regular la población y así el ciclo de vida. Pero hoy por hoy el jaguar se está usando sus dientes para joyería, sus pieles para decoración en hogares, para tenerlo como mascota hasta que el jaguar obviamente ataca y después lo dejan abandonado. Los caballos de mar. Existe un tráfico increíble de caballos de mar en la región sudamericana, toneladas que se van año a año para cosas tan inútiles como la decoración, por ejemplo. Los caballos de mar son atrapados, se secan en los techos de las casas y después se venden como artículos decorativos. Anfibios como la rana combó, otro dato bizarro, ahora se usa el veneno para fiestas porque como es alucinógeno, es una nueva droga de diversión. Las tortugas, los huevos de tortuga, hay la sopa de tortuga también, los reptiles, los monos, que son parte ya de nuestras especies y no creo que sea necesario que una de ellas se vuelva icónica para empezar a movernos. Finalmente, es muy importante tomar en cuenta la región amazónica que tenemos en Sudamérica. Esto no significa que los países que no integren la Amazonía no tienen tráfico de vida silvestre, pero la Amazonía es un espacio que está lleno de recursos. Y a veces los países no son conscientes de estos recursos. Sin embargo, el crimen organizado sí lo es y empieza a generar el delito contra la vida silvestre como un delito de oportunidad. No necesariamente porque ese era el delito que quería cometer, sino porque está ahí. Entonces, de paso, voy a deforestar, voy a traficar especies, voy a explotar recursos minerales o metales, porque están ahí. Entonces, es muy importante tener, primero, conciencia de lo que tiene la región, y segundo, empezar a valorarlo como estos recursos de atención prioritaria, porque creemos que siempre van a estar ahí, pero no es cierto. Eso.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Sí, nosotros entre el 3 y 4 de octubre tuvimos el primer taller de capacitación y de diálogo entre nuestras autoridades fiscales y policiales de los países SUDWE. Y en ese taller tuvimos un resultado respecto a lo que justamente es la pregunta de Hani. ¿Qué cosa es lo más urgente para intervenir en la región? Y les voy a leer esta vez lo que las propias autoridades dijeron que les hace falta. En primer lugar, fortalecimiento de la legislación. Creo que ya han abundado Carla y Jimmy también. La diversidad en la tipificación de este delito en las legislaciones de países miembros no permite realizar de manera armonizada operaciones conjuntas que sean efectivas. Además, las penas actuales en algunos de los países no son disuasivas, en algunos casos son simplemente una multa administrativa, como que no disuade y hay reincidencia en el delito. En segundo lugar, el empoderamiento y sensibilización. Es fundamental aumentar la conciencia del público y de las personas y de las propias autoridades que luchan contra este delito sobre la importancia de la conservación, los efectos negativos del tráfico de especies, sobre todo el ecosistema, como nos hablaba Carla del tiburón, por ejemplo, para reducir la demanda por esas especies. Esto incluye también sensibilizar a los actores en los países de destino, ¿no?, que ven toda la cadena de tráfico hasta el mercado final, y a la población en general, y creo que es importante en nuestras zonas remotas y en donde hay comunidades indígenas, concientizarlas y tenerlas como aliados para la conservación. En tercer lugar, mejorar la capacidad de autoridades judiciales, policiales, administrativas y aduaneras, e implementar herramientas de comunicación y soporte tecnológico, porque vemos cómo los criminales están organizados de una manera tal que, en el caso del oro, por ejemplo, si se les destruye una draga que cuesta $3 millones, al día siguiente tienen 3 más. Entonces tienen una capacidad económica, mientras nuestras autoridades no tienen siquiera una plataforma donde compartir la información de que está sucediendo algo en algún lugar y alertar a los demás o compartir inteligencia con ellos. Hay también mucha resistencia de los cooperantes a equipar a las fuerzas del orden, a la policía, a los militares. Nosotros estamos pidiendo que en ese caso nos ayuden a fortalecer a los guardaparques y a las personas que voluntariamente realizan labores de defensa de sus tierras, sobre todo las comunidades indígenas. En cuarto lugar, la conservación de hábitats y participación, como les decía, de las comunidades locales. Ese se ve como una manera de prevenir, ¿no?, para que se pueda proteger los ecosistemas naturales y reducir las oportunidades de captura de especies silvestres. Y finalmente, investigación y monitoreo. Desarrollar la investigación de este delito de manera estricta, científica si es posible, entender mejor las rutas de tráfico, las especies afectadas, las dinámicas de los mercados de destino. Y ahí Perú tiene una buena experiencia. Nosotros hemos creado las fiscalías especializadas en medio ambiente, donde ya ellos tienen un equipo también de especialistas en especies, de flora, de fauna. Hay unos desarrollos de aplicativos para poder reconocer rápidamente de qué especie se trata y demás, y estamos dispuestos a compartir esta buena experiencia y manuales que ya nuestra FEMA, como la llamamos, ha implementado. Y ahí destaco el rol de nuestra coordinación de Sudwen, que está a cargo justamente de la fiscal especializada, la fiscal superior especializada en delitos ambientales, la doctora Flor de María Vega, que ha hecho con mucho compromiso, con mucha transparencia y con mucha, siendo muy estricta con estos crímenes, a la vez ha tenido tiempo para acompañarnos a coordinar Sudwen. Respecto a las especies más afectadas, en el caso de Perú, pues son el jaguar, el oso de anteojos, el delfín rosado, también tenemos el perezoso, el oso hormiguero y los monos, que han sido encontrados en destinos tan lejanos como Hong Kong o como muchos de los países en el Medio Oriente. Lo que no entienden todos estos coleccionistas es que estas especies cumplen un rol regulador también de sus ecosistemas, por ejemplo, son importantísimos para dispersar las semillas y además son símbolos de identidad cultural y hasta religiosa, ¿no?, de los pueblos indígenas. Y como son de gran tamaño y tienen una larga vida y bajas tasas reproductivas, entonces su preservación es muy vulnerable si continúa este tráfico de especies. En el grupo de mamíferos más amenazados tenemos también el gato andino, el huemul, el ciervo de los pantanos, el venado de las pampas, los tapires, entre otros que son comunes a América Latina. Y en el grupo de aves está el carpintero negro gigante, el águila arpía, el cóndor, los flamencos de laguna. Otras especies de alta demanda comercial, como veíamos acá, son las tortugas, las ranas, las serpientes, especies marinas, incluida la tortuga carey, la tortuga verde, peces tropicales como el pez loro, el pez ángel, peces amazónicos, lo que es muy grave porque son peces que se reproducen a veces en un solo hábitat de una pequeña laguna en medio de la Amazonía, y una vez que los extraes de ahí, esa especie se va a extinguir. También la estrella de mar, los corales, los delfines, como decíamos, también el caballito de mar. Y entre las plantas, una de las más afectadas son las orquídeas nativas, las palmas, y recientemente hemos tenido en el Perú casos de tráfico de cactus disfrazados de materia orgánica para plantas. Entonces, tenemos cada vez iniciativas más imaginativas de las mafias que trafican ilícitamente con la vida silvestre, y la extracción ilegal de especies básicamente se concentra en países donde hay la más alta diversidad, caso de Bolivia, Brasil, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay y Perú. No obstante, todos los países de América Latina se ven afectados por esta actividad criminal. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, embajadora, por este semicierre, y solo quiero terminar ahora dándoles algunas ideas clave y dejarlos con algunas ideas clave de lo que hemos discutido hoy. Quizás lo primero es reconocer que los crímenes que afectan al medio ambiente, el tráfico de la vida salvaje, son crímenes, son delitos serios y usualmente vinculados con la delincuencia organizada, y por tal tienen que ser tratados como tal. Tienen estructuras de financiamiento complejas, estructuras muy organizadas para poder transportar y traficar pues la vida salvaje que están traficando desde un lugar del mundo hasta el lado absolutamente opuesto. Y entonces necesitamos actuar de una manera coordinada para poder combatir esto. Lo segundo, vinculado con lo primero, es que necesitamos entonces una cooperación internacional que vaya más, que incluya también a las instituciones especializadas o encargadas de estos delitos a nivel país, tanto para la investigación y para establecer redes formales e informales para poder avanzar en entender cómo se aplica la legislación, cómo se pueden establecer formas de cooperación bilateral, multilateral, a veces entre países o regional. Y en esto compartir inteligencia, que quizás es lo más retador, es esencial, y sin embargo lo más trabajoso, pero por el momento promocionar, establecer redes, capacitaciones, buenas prácticas es también una forma de empezar ese trabajo, homogeneizar legislaciones. Los quiero dejar con estas 3 ideas y creo que con esto ya podemos cerrar. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos y espero que nos acompañen a diseminar o a compartir que este reto, lo importante que es este reto, la necesidad que tenemos todos de prevenir el tráfico ilícito de vida silvestre y ayudar en lo que podamos, todos tenemos un rol que jugar en esto, a prevenir y a combatir estos delitos. Muchas gracias.
Hola, muchísimas gracias por sus ponencias, que fueron extraordinarias, aprendí muchísimo. A mí me preocupó muchísimo lo que mencionaba acá, usted cuando dice que pues las personas que hacen estos crímenes o que cometen estos crímenes están, uno, muy organizados, y dos, como por qué estas personas sí están conscientes del valor que representa para ellos económicamente lo que está en la biodiversidad y por qué para los gobiernos no. Eso me alarmó muchísimo porque creo que ahí hay una disrupción bien grande de cómo entonces piensan las personas que tienen las decisiones, que tienen el poder de poder cambiar esta situación. Entonces mi pregunta va en qué es lo que realmente se tiene que hacer para que nuestros tomadores de decisiones, lo digo como juventud que también pues estamos acá representando, ¿cómo podemos hacer que sepan este valor? Porque creo que entonces hay algo que no estamos haciendo bien si no estamos conscientes del valor que tiene, ¿no? Que para las comunidades originarias pues es algo, para las juventudes es otra cosa, para las comunidades locales es otra cosa, pero en sí como humanidad pues es un valor indispensable, es vital que sigamos teniendo biodiversidad para que siga existiendo la vida. Entonces, ¿qué estamos haciendo mal y qué podemos hacer si ya en estos espacios que pues es la COP16 sepan nuestros gobiernos que hay un valor bien importante ahí, porque si sigue pasando esto pues algo no está funcionando? Entonces, ¿qué podemos hacer para que sea real?
Gracias, qué importante pregunta. Y esto pasa por muchos filtros y sin duda uno de los más importantes es el económico. No olvidemos que el uso de recursos naturales a veces es la fuente principal que tienen los países en su economía. De hecho, en la mañana escuchábamos una charla súper interesante de esta lógica del desarrollo de consumo de recursos es igual a desarrollo. Y creímos que el recurso era infinito, entonces podíamos usar indiscriminadamente el recurso para desarrollarnos más. Creo que estos espacios, aparte de la toma de decisión importante que tiene la COP, porque es reportar cómo estamos con el convenio de biodiversidad biológica y si estamos cumpliendo con los compromisos que como mundo nos obligamos, también es empezar un raise awareness de las nuevas cosas que están pasando. El mundo cambia de manera impresionantemente rápida y también pasa, y es real, que no entendemos el problema. Entonces, estos espacios de socialización primero nos ayudan a empezar a explicar el problema. Cuando el problema está explicado, uno tiene que empezar a generar este advocacy, este proceso de vocerías para entender por qué es importante. Porque el mundo es muy complejo, tenemos muchísimos problemas y algunos decimos, lo atenderé después cuando sea más grande. El problema del mal uso de los recursos es realmente grave porque está sucediendo ahora. Hace años no le tomamos la importancia que creíamos, tal vez porque creíamos que la humanidad no iba a durar tanto, o no lo sé, tal vez ya no duremos tanto como para tomar una reacción a largo plazo que debimos hacerle. Entonces creo que ahora la meta es hacer esta concientización para tomar acciones ahora. Y no con esto quiero decir que no tengamos que proyectarnos hacia el futuro para querer sobrevivir. Pero es muy importante empezar a trabajar en este momento con lo que tenemos, establecer qué tenemos y de ahí cómo mejorarlo. Porque si no hacemos algo ahora, no va a haber mañana para reaccionar. Y creo que afortunadamente el mundo sí se está moviendo hacia eso. Desde el campo de acción que nosotros manejamos, que son los delitos que afectan el ambiente, es muy grato saber que países de Latinoamérica como Perú, Brasil en su momento, están promoviendo que se genere un cuarto protocolo de la Convención de Palermo. Lo que va a hacer este protocolo es permitir entender cómo estos preceptos que ya tenemos como mundo aceptados para rechazar el crimen organizado sean aplicados a los delitos ambientales. Y esto va a ser una guía súper importante porque va a generar parámetros unificados a nivel mundial que nos hagan comprender el delito, como en su momento lo hicimos con la corrupción o con el crimen organizado. Y algo muy importante de esta posibilidad de anclarlo a la Convención de Palermo es que la Convención de Palermo tiene una sección especial de cooperación internacional, en la cual ya nos dice que todos los países que somos signatarios podemos cooperar. Y esto nos abre la puerta, de manera más técnica, hacia lo que tenemos que entender como un delito. Finalmente, para cerrar, aquí viene la parte no tan amigable del delito, y es que activar el sistema penal es el último sistema de control. Para que se aplique el sistema penal, que es de última ratio, quiere decir que todos los sistemas anteriores fallaron, porque nosotros intervenimos cuando el daño está causado. lo que nos invita a movernos en el resto de sistemas, de uso adecuado de recursos, de generación de legislación, de desarrollo de mecanismos de supervivencia sostenibles, entre otros, porque cuando llegue a manos del sistema de justicia penal, el daño estará hecho.
Y yo quiero agregar un par de cositas a esto, que quizás va un poco más allá del mandato que tenemos en delitos de medio ambiente, pero no hay que olvidarse de la demanda. La demanda juega un rol muy importante en la compra, justamente, de especies traficadas. La demanda usualmente está vinculado a creencias de uso medicinal que no están comprobadas, al tener mascotas exóticas, ¿no? Ya el consumo, hay un consumo cultural que no es medicinal, pero que es casi cultural, que se consideran pues exquisiteces locales a veces a consumos vinculados con un estatus económico, ¿no? Entonces, uno muestra su estatus económico de acuerdo a pues ciertas pieles o yo qué sé. Entonces, tener un trabajo, sobre todo, como hablabas de los jóvenes, esta generación tiene una conciencia mucho más fuerte con respecto a la sostenibilidad ambiental que por lo menos mi generación tuvo, en parte porque están viviendo una crisis y es una crisis que nos está afectando evidentemente a todos. Pero en esto reducir la demanda es esencial porque es la demanda la que lleva el precio alto. O sea, es tan importante trabajar en la oferta como en la demanda. Nosotros estamos tratando de trabajar en reducir, combatir, digamos, los delitos que permiten que exista una oferta, pero reducir la demanda va a hacer que la oferta también se reduzca. Entonces, lo dejo ahí. Yo creo que con eso ya cerramos, sí. Ah, no, pues hay una más. Yo creo que tenemos tiempo para una más.
Hola, ¿me escuchan? Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Quisiera hacer apenas un breve comentario. Mi nombre es Wilson. Yo trabajo en la Oficina de Asuntos Internacionales del Ministerio de Medio Ambiente y Cambio Climático de Brasil. Solo me gustaría agradecer a los panelistas. Y este es un tema de gran importancia no solo para Brasil y América del Sur, como para todo el mundo también. Y deseo suceso en tus trabajos.
Muchas gracias.
Perdón que tome el micrófono una vez más, pero agradezco la presencia del colega de Brasil y le quiero pedir que converse con su gobierno para asumir la vicepresidencia de Sudbuen con nosotros y heredar la presidencia en un año. Tenemos todo financiado por el año que nos lleva y acompañarnos y heredar este cargo para nosotros sería muy bueno poder darle continuidad por el alineamiento y la misma visión que tenemos con Brasil. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias nuevamente y pues que tengan unos buenos últimos días de la COP. Gracias a todos.
Good afternoon. Yanis from tech support reporting for duty. Please proceed with the sound check. Sounds good.
English, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing English. Can you hear me in English? Thank you.
Spanish channel, all good?
1, 2, 3. Testing English channel. Thank you.
Prueba de transmisiones de audio. Can you hear us on the interpretation booth?
Yes, loud and clear.
Ya, cerráis.
Bienvenidos a todos. Quiero agradecerles su presencia aquí.
Welcome everyone. I would like to thank you for being here and for the time devoted to this event. In this event, the Amazon Guardians and Innovative Solutions to Protect the Amazon. This is going to be a UNESCO afternoon. We will have this event for an hour speaking with each other and centered in the Amazon, and later we will have the launch of a UNESCO initiative that a subdirector of Natural Sciences of UNESCO will launch, and a publication for best practices for UNESCO designated sites to achieve the targets. We all know that the Amazon is a rich ecosystem in biodiversity. I'll move. It's very rich in biodiversity and in cultural diversity. I will need to get away from the screen to avoid echo. So we all know that the Amazon is faced with many challenges. It is in constant transformation, and it is a home of many indigenous people and local communities who have traditional indigenous knowledge and who have been in these ecosystems for a long time. And we are also facing many challenges such as drought and forests, which are increasing as well. So we would like to use this space to find ways to work together and collaborate as countries in these biosphere reserves to support each other and support the inhabitants of these territories. We don't have as much time and we would like to listen to you all. So first I will give the floor to the Director of Natural Sciences of UNESCO to open this event. Just so that you know, we have Spanish-English interpretation and there's a QR code if any of you wants to join the interpretation system. Good afternoon. In my country, we say that angels do not have a back, but I am not an angel, so I will remain here. I'll stay here. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. My notes are in English, and I feel sad to speak in English in Colombia, so I will try to make a brief summary in Spanish, so that we can all understand, or only few of us need the translation. So the first point that I would like to visit is to say thank you. Thank you to all of you, to the Guardians, for the hard work in conservation in these biosphere reserves of UNESCO in the Amazon. And also to our panelists for being here with us today. And of course to the audience for being interested in this topic. To be honest, the Amazon basin, which is majestic, and it's just majestic in natural and cultural terms, it's a treasure that we need to protect. And honestly, it is all of that and even more, because it has 40% of tropical rainforests and 25% of the biodiversity of the whole world. So it's a very important biome. We know that it has an important role in climate regulation. So it's something that goes beyond the region and the local. It has a global scope. And that's why we need to protect this ecosystem, because it is central to guarantee our collective future. We also know that the heart of the Amazon has almost 45 million inhabitants. It's a very big group of people that also includes indigenous peoples, local communities, who have safeguards and who have taken care of the ecosystem for thousands of years with an incredible work of conservation. That is why we need to guarantee that we will bring their knowledge and practices together with modern science practices to find the solutions that can help us face the challenges that we have and guarantee sustainable development of our people in the region, but also environmental and biodiversity conservation. I wanted to give you some numbers that are very concerning. We know that biodiversity loss, climate change, it's not something that it's far away, something that we don't have with us or close to our lives, but it's here. And we know how important it is to guarantee immediate and brave action to solve this. We know that the Amazon is one of the front lines of this battle to find solutions to guarantee sustainable development and the preservation of our biodiversity, of water, and our natural resources. And that is why we know that we are in danger when we see fire. We have much is said about drought, floods, but fire is destroying our sites, it's destroying biodiversity. And all of these factors are interconnected. And we know that deforestation and that the deforestation crisis is really a threat to the culture of our people, of our region. We are losing biodiversity. And we know that the regulation related with the Amazon is changing climate systems at global level. And that is why we are here at COP16 to speak about what we can do about this and guarantee that we can share our best practices, also what we know doesn't work, and also to think through those projects and initiatives how we can contribute towards the achievement of the coming Montreal targets and how our work contributes to the achievement to these targets with a landed mindset where we can land these actions to the territories, to the communities, and to these specific sites. That is where our change is. And if all of these territories see transformation, we will be able to find regulation models that allow us to guarantee and conserve our environment, revert the loss of ecosystems through restoration processes, halt the indiscriminate destruction of our biodiversity, and at the same time reconcile that with the sustainable economic development of people, because people also need to develop in a sustainable way with justice and inclusion. And that is why we at UNESCO work on this territorial focalization for the people in the territory and using their capacity to transform their lives through methodologies. And that is why for UNESCO, these biosphere reserves and national parks and our World Heritage Sites are spaces that work as life labs where we can experiment, test, and bring knowledge to find new solutions. And we are also here we are all here to guarantee the governance of these territories, governances that are inclusive for the territories. How can we guarantee that we can bring the indigenous and local community systems of knowledge and combine it with scientific knowledge so that we can inform and report for policies, for actions in the territory, while guaranteeing that we are learning from the changes that we see and how we can minimize and mitigate these changes. In this regard, I would also like to mention my next point.
It is based on collaboration among communities from different countries. And this is the other interesting point of biospheres. Biospheres are everywhere in all regions. And whenever we have projects that bring together biospheres of different countries, we are doing environmental diplomacy and scientific diplomacy to create bonds of responsibility, bonds of shared friendship, and joint learning experiences, and mostly bonds of living together and in peace. And this is central to UNESCO mandate. So truly, this is a very long document in English, but I will stop at this point so that we can give the floor to other participants because you are the lead actors in this event. Thank you for your words. And I would like to mention that we are amidst a UNESCO project, Man and the Biosphere, that is called Amazon Biosphere Reserves. This project we are working on with 8 biospheres from different countries: Brazil, Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador. Well, the 4 countries. And the idea is to strengthen resilience in these territories, to deliver good practices and examples that may be applied not only in the reservations, but outside, and also working on governance of these territories. So we try to strengthen governance of these reservations, help or support the young, strengthen committees, management groups, but also local economies, initiatives of indigenous peoples, youths, and local communities. In this context, we are going to discuss these matters. Rita Mesquita, National Secretary for Biodiversity, Forest and Animal Rights of the Environment Ministry of Brazil. And I have a question, a general question for Rita, and that is, how can we better align preservation initiatives with development of local economies that are more sustainable for Amazon population groups? I will try to do this in Portuguese. I speak Portuguese. I can speak English, but not Spanish. The booth is English-Spanish, so we will do our best if she speaks Portuguese. So excuse me because I will be mixing Spanish and Portuguese. In order to answer the question first, I would like to thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to discuss this issue with you. The notion of biosphere reserve brings identity to individuals. And it is immediate. It has a great contribution for youths and traditional populations because as they acknowledge a very special territory, it also provides a local scale. Biosphere is a whole. This is a differentiating answer to your question. Local culture, local identity should be used in governance and management of the territories because this is unique and it is a market reserve. It is something only here you can obtain this. I am biologist and I truly like this notion because it also imposes restrictions and limits. And this will be very important for preservation of biodiversity in the territories with people because our mega diverse countries are mega diverse, but why? Because the combination of populations of every species is small. We don't have extensive monocultures. We have small populations of things that are different amongst each other that coexist in a territory. That is the principle of biodiversity. Otherwise, we would not have mega diversity. So it places a limit on how we can expand what traditional populations are doing already in their territories, because this is the limit, and this separates the management of forest, fishing from a crop or agriculture. Traditional agriculture is very diverse. It is very unusual that you visit a field from belonging to a traditional population and you find only one product, because there is a principle of food safety that underlies. I think that territories of biosphere may provide a cultural dimension and a sense of belonging that marks a very important difference for these chains. And I think we need to pay attention how to translate this for the market without contaminating what the market waits for. Great scale, everything should be the same, market rules, but this is not about one product. It is a culture that will serve a product. I would stop at this point. I'm sorry for my Portuñol. Thank you, Rita. I also speak Portuñol, and I think we're doing okay. I will give the floor to Mr. Mirvel Alberto, General Director of Biodiversity of Peru, and also we wanted to congratulate Peru for having completed the National Biodiversity Strategy. In this framework, we understand that there are many challenges, but also opportunities. We wanted to understand how biosphere reserves in Peru, in the Amazon, may contribute something, or what can it provide as a part of the biodiversity strategy. Thank you. First, I want to thank you for your invitation. I am pleased to have this opportunity to share my ideas with you. I would like to give a little bit of context. There are numerous factors that allow us to better visualize the idea of biosphere. 60% of the territory in Peru belongs to the Amazon. We have a largely Amazon extension, and a large percentage define themselves. One out of every 5 Peruvians define themselves as indigenous. That means a large number of inhabitants have a direct link with the territory, and we are one of the most mega diverse countries in the planet. So these notions should invite us to pose models of territorial management that are different. I think that the Biosphere Reserve meet such conditions and criteria for the variables that I have mentioned. Biosphere reserves in Peru are not new. We've had them for many years. Some of them have undergone interesting management practices. Others are learning. And this implies a different vision for the territory. It's not a corridor, it's not a protected area, it is everything at the same time. As an anecdote, at the ministry, we received a congresswoman, a representative of a region that is within a biosphere reserve that has been created, the Ayacucho area or region. And she said, yes, we have created the reserve, but we don't have any government investment yet. Why are we having a reserve if we are not going to receive projects or investments? Well, this was her view of that situation. So very patiently, because we need to be patient in these affairs. In fact, we explained that this is a model of territorial management. In Peru, for example, the CERNAM is the focal point that manages and coordinates reserves, territorial reserves, but it is a commitment by all the stakeholders in that area and also of local government, regional government. So this should be a call for coordination and exchange. These reserves may be protected and managed in the best way, but we cannot do that without permanent coordination. So it becomes a big challenge. These are the challenges that we have to face. We have to work along those lines. And from the ministry, we want to help in that process. We have created the biological diversity strategy, and after a conversation with UNESCO, in politics, we have to take advantage of the windows of opportunity. And before the approval of the strategy, we had a conversation with UNESCO. We learned about this and we decided to include it once and for all now that the strategy is underway. And we created actions to strengthen reserves, biosphere reserves. So there is a public policy for such efforts, and we have to implement at this point. Also, uh, we are working on the approval of two roadmaps. One that is defined by landmarks and commitment so that we can deliver on several objectives. These refer to 30 by 30, goal number 3, and also restoration. We have drafted it and we need to approve it. It would be part of the strategy, and the biosphere reserves are part of these two roadmaps. We are going to work and prioritize these areas in which the territorial management of biosphere reserves are being considered. So we will strengthen biosphere reserves and their management. We've had conversations in connection with the strategy and inclusion of reserves as part of the strategy, thinking in terms of a meeting in one of the reserves that have been part of the project so that we can carry out an analysis about how we have move forward or how we can guide the efforts to manage the biosphere reserves. OMEC instruments, what do we need to be able to be part of the OMECs? And we are going to have conversations and discuss in that space. And I think that maybe we will find good opportunities for biosphere reserve. So I want to finish by saying that such projects that bring us together today give us the opportunity to mobilize the initiatives because cooperation projects are what help us move forward with our initiatives. From public policy, we can have plans, strategies, but without the resources, we will be unable to mobilize anything. So having such alliance, with, for example, with you, is key to focus the interventions, and reserves as part of the project constitute a great opportunity to deliver on the objectives. Thank you. Thank you so much. And since the Amazon is extensive and rich, we have panelists participating virtually. One of them is the map focal point for Ecuador, Daniel Guerra. I want to welcome you. And now we will focus more on the project because we are working substantially in Ecuador to strengthen governance of 3 biosphere reserves, Sumaco, Wasumi, and Condor. So, which have been the main achievements, but also challenges in the efforts to strengthen governance that are so important, but also so critical for the Amazon? Welcome. Thank you, Anna. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I am with certain difficulties in my connectivity. Yes, the Amazon project has been a catalyst for Amazon reserves, for 3 of them. And apart from that, it is a tool that allows us to work in other areas in the country. The Amazon project has allowed us to put in, to start up the local committees that were a little bit inactive. So we are working in the management plan of biospheres, a very important project. And this topic allows us to work on many processes to maintain the work that we are doing. The local management committees, the management plans are supported by the project so that they will remain after the project. And so the efforts carried out are continue to strengthen preservation and sustainable development of the biosphere reserves. Thank you, Daniel. Can you hear us? Would you like to continue a little bit more? Can you hear me? Sure. Loud and clear. The challenge is to continue promoting the committees and their work so that this project may continue. For us as a country, it has been very important. And also, we have worked with sustainable initiatives in the biosphere reserves to position the notion of biosphere reserve, but also to make people become familiar. So we have examples of the coffee sector, and we have supported the different projects. And this is very meaningful to the individuals involved. We are supporting the processes in the reserves. We are sure that we will be able to have an Amazon 2 project to work locally and continue working with the management committee and the management plan. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. It is a pleasure to have you. I will give the floor to Omar Oscor, the map focal point, the biodiversity group of Bolivia, and I wanted to touch on fire. Increasingly, we see fires, a magnitude of fires that occur in the Amazon. And this is something that the Amazon project is trying to support and train. This is a small initiative for the magnitude. So, Omar, I want you to share what are the strategies that we can adopt for such large territories when we face climate change, and increasingly we will be seeing more of this, and how can we help each other to face such needs?
Gracias por la invitación.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your invitation. Right. This problem of forest fires has shown the capacity of the state, of the government, and it has also shown how the legal sector, the private sector, the public sector work. And we see that there's no longer a vacuum of capacity, but rather we have seen in the region that, for example, Bolivia has a northern city close to the border with Peru, the city of Cobija. And even if the fire was on the other side in Paraguay or Brazil, this city had the worst air quality. It was up to 400%, and the city closer to the fire was in like 200%. And that shows how in Brazil, in the Peruvian area, everything was on fire. So the approach for us is to start working with a regional approach, to start thinking about funds that help us enable new systems and new ways to face these fires and to fight these fires. Much of everything that is related to fire deals with politics and with internal battles. For example, battles for authorization between our former president and our current president. And we have also seen something that is enrooted in productive systems. We know that production, or sometimes, that economic activities and production cannot sometimes be carried out without fire in certain activities, while others can. But the biosphere reserve that we have in Bolivia, it's in the department of Beni, a huge department that is made up of grasslands. These are natural landscapes, and these grasslands create very high grass that can reach up to this ceiling, and it dries whether there is human action or not in the area. So for that areas, we need different management systems for firefighting. Bolivia actually needs to have two different fire management systems, one of them being a system to replace fire and burning systems, and the other one is for traditional fire management. Now, when speaking about biosphere reserves, we haven't had as many occurrences of forest fires in the biosphere as we had in previous years, where the reserve was greatly affected, as well as many indigenous people and communities. So this area where we had a fire in 2023, there were many populations that have a deep relation and a close relationship with the forest and with traditional and ancient medicine. And they use these forests, and these forests for them are devoted to these ancient medicine practices, and much, a great portion of these forests burned during these fires. And also some of the areas that are devoted to coffee and other productive areas, such as the production of coffee. And this area was greatly affected. And this year, we have a region that is a candidate for a biosphere reserve, the area of the Bajo Paragua. And sadly, this area next to Noenque el Mercado burned out. As we had this bad experience, this negative experience with the biosphere reserve with the Amazon project, the Amazon project had created many activities to strengthen our capacity, have more capacity, buy equipment, also to work. And in firefighting, the project helped a lot in firefighting in the area. And this year we have planned for a great increase of this capacity. And it would be very helpful for us if this project, which is one of the few projects we have that has concrete activities, tangible activities in the area. So it would be great to continue promoting this relationship with nature, valuing our spaces, or adding or acknowledging the value of our species, of the people who live there, and also the natural space as a whole. I think there's a lot of work pending in that regard. And we have a long road ahead of us. The fires will still be a challenge. Drought has been also a serious issue this year, and we need to work regionally and start thinking about scenarios that are even more complex. So we need to start now, put our hands to work and start thinking how we will face all of these challenges. Thank you very much, Omar. We will continue working on these matters, and I think that it's very important to exchange knowledge between science and local knowledge. I would also like to tell you that this is also a scientific project where we combine traditional and scientific knowledge. Now I will give the floor to Eduardo Frondicio, who is an anthropologist from the University of Indiana, and he's a member of our scientific lab for the Amazon project. So welcome, Eduardo. We would love if you could explain what has been the scientific approach adopted in this project, and what are some of the outcomes that we have had that can support and help the biosphere reserves. Thank you very much. I will also speak in a sort of portuñol. The Amazon project has as the goal to improve the resilience in the biosphere reserves. That's the general goal. It is important to remember the complexity of the biosphere reserves in the project. There are 4 countries, 8 reserves, and more than 200 municipalities, almost 400 indigenous communities, over 80 protected areas, and over 4 million people. This is a very complex region which is undergoing a great change. So we have started this collaborative project with the reserves to identify and tackle the deforestation projects, use of the land, fire, and climate change. We are trying to identify and understand the pressures of these phenomena. Also to support, another goal is to support governance in the region and to transfer knowledge structure to the reserves. So the approach that we have is composed of 3 parts: an integrated socio-ecological system approach, another approach that integrates knowledge infrastructure, and the collaborative process with managers and champions of the reserve. So this is a big structure of support and a big management structure. We have created a database for all biosphere reserves. So we now have a comparative database for all the reserves. We have also developed a geospatial platform for monitoring and methodologies for landscape and governance assessment, and methodologies for monitoring and assessment of local initiatives that are supported by the project. So what are the analytical results that we have so far? First, we have a reference assessment of the structure, data, plans, so that we have a baseline of the current situation in the biospheres and what we need to do to make progress towards our goals. In second place, we have an evaluation of the dynamics in the landscapes by analyzing deforestation trends in 20 years for all the reserves, fire detection for all biospheres, and another 20-year analysis that is counterfactual and compares the performance of each biosphere and compare it with other places in the territory and have an analysis of their performance in the region. Also, collaborative interpretation of the results, outcomes, and trends in all biospheres, results related with drought, fires, and changes in the use of land. In this regard, we made an analysis in all biospheres to understand that processes that are generating these changes. So we created impact change analysis to understand what are the factors that are behind these phenomena. And also with the managers, we established a zonification of the biospheres to understand the different patterns in these biospheres and the improvements that we could implement in each of these zones. Then the fourth category of results is on governance. We made a common survey to all biosphere reserves in collaborative workshops for all the reserves, and that allow us to understand the weaknesses in the governance processes of each area. Then we use identification methodologies to create a database, and now we are also working to show the impact of those initiatives in each local area. So it's a very complex process that I think has been very productive and that has changed the base of knowledge that we had on the biosphere reserves, and we hope that this is very useful for the coming years. Thank you very much, Eduardo, for your participation. We also need to think that these territories are very complex. They involve many people and have very complex governance processes. We have here an actor from the private sector who supports economies in these areas. So we welcome Grupo AGE, the AGE group from Peru, and we wanted to ask you what arguments we have to convince more partners from the private sector and convince them that biodiversity and sustainable development can be essential to grow their business. Thank you. It's such an honor to share the stage with you and with this audience. Well, even before the COP started, a friend from Colombia told me that biodiversity meant more work for companies. We need to assign an employer, a person to dedicate time and resources to that. And I would tell her, no, it is actually an advantage. Not all companies understand what their interdependency is with biodiversity. It is much more than we actually think. We are a Latin American company. We are present in 24 countries. And we understood this a while ago. We understood that our portfolio and that the role of the private sector can be incredibly helpful for us and also in this partnership for biodiversity. Something I'd like to tell you is that the Manu National Park, which is next to the Biosphere Reserve of Manu, has a buffer zone called the Oso de Anteojos, which is in conflict with corn farmers because their crop would get ruined. So for them, they were hunting a bear species that was eating out their crops. This bird species doesn't like ochua or goldenberry, which is a kind of water. So transitioning to this crop, to this new crop, to battle the effect of this bird species would help them also improve the productivity of the crop. Now our company is buying this crop and creating drinks that are good for our health, good for our planet, and good for the communities because it represents an income for them. These actions are increasingly notorious for companies. We need to understand how our supply chains are anchored in this biodiversity, in this interdependence, and we need to look for ways to strengthen these supply chains. This is just an example, and we think that the needed knowledge is in the territories. In Loreto, in the Peruvian Amazon area, and in the biosphere reserves, the community has a lot of knowledge. We bring an engineer to each project to extract some resource. And when we want to take advantage or to harness the benefits of a non-wood resort, we do not need an engineer. We need the local communities because they know the best and most sustainable way to do this. That's why I feel that the private sector needs to understand and identify these interdependencies. Climate change is a reality. We have a COP16 on biodiversity. We will continue in Baku with another COP and then a COP on desertification. We have the plastics agreement in November. And we will continue dealing with these topics because these problems will continue. Everything has to do with biodiversity. Plastic has everything to do with climate change, and climate change with desertification. These advantages are not a matter of compliance. We can actually find a competitive advantage in them. If you, as a company owner, as an entrepreneur, will create costs for you, think again, because we are sure that this is a very profitable way of doing business as well. Thank you very much, Armando, for your inspiring words and examples. To start this first round, I would love to welcome Jenny Gallo, consultant for biodiversity, forests, and ecosystems. In the case of Colombia, we don't have Amazon biosphere reserves. And even so, Colombia has a vast Amazon territory. And I wanted to ask you how Colombia could contribute to the preservation of the Amazon, even if you do not have a biosphere reserve.
From Colombia, we are very grateful because the COP being here is a great privilege, and we are very happy to have you. The question that you are asking from the Environment Ministry, well, first, it is a pleasure to participate in this meeting because we are a country that does not have biosphere reserves in the Amazon. But I will give you numbers about what the Amazon represents for us in Colombia. We have around 77% of the Amazon territory, but that accounts for almost 48% of Colombia. So of course that for us, for Colombians, Amazon accounts for almost half the country, and is an extremely important ecosystem. I will share with you data. The COP was not held in Bogota, but I will share with you what is happening in Bogota. We are having water shortages because we are not having a rainfall. It has been a very dry year. Around 27% of water going to the dams comes from the rivers of the Amazon. So Amazon is so important for Colombia overall, in a city like Bogota with almost 10 million inhabitants, that this government has prioritized the access in Amazon. Well, how? With the funds, with the resources, the Fund for Biodiversity, the Integral Plan for Containment of Deforestation, because that is one of the greatest crises that my colleague from Bolivia mentioned, the fires, deforestation to occupy land, these territories because of legal matters, because there's no formal land holding. This has promoted a negative relationship with nature through the deforestation containment plan, and how we preserve nature that we still have. We also have a national strategy for restoration. The big point is how to recover the nature that we have lost, and we have lost millions of hectares in the Amazon, almost the size of Costa Rica. It is not such a large country as Brazil, but it does have important areas. But what are the big achievements in the last 10 years? If we compare between 2020 and 2023, the deforestation rate was to contain deforestation in 20%. We did it, and we overcame that. We contained it by 36% by using the best practices and experiences that international cooperation has adopted. There are projects that are 8 or 9 years old in the Amazon about biosphere reserves. One is re-envision the Amazon. These are global projects, regional for the Amazon, two in Brazil, another one in Ecuador. And with that vision, we exchange experiences, and we have been able to gather new developments and move from the negative deforestation situation to bioeconomy models in the Amazon. But we have other projects like JEF, sustainable landscapes for sustainable Amazon. A few days ago, we were having discussions in the framework of COP to announce the most important achievements of the 10 years of the project. We were discussing with people from Suriname, Peru, Brazil, Ecuador, showing an integral vision in order to have a connectivity, a corridor approach for the Amazon. And to give it a scale, why is it so important? Why is the Colombian different from other Amazon countries? Because we connect with two important ecosystems. One, the Andes, and the other is the Orinoco area. If we lose connectivity in the two systems, we will lose the functionality and ecosystemic services and opportunities, even for the new development models that require today through financial mechanisms that contribute innovation. It is important to have participated in so many panels, and it is very important to say that we have moved forward. Our Amazon is filled with indigenous peoples, indigenous communities, Afro-descendants, and peasants who are embracing the role of preservation because cooperation efforts and even government has worked with them to articulate with the vision of biosphere reserve. And with this, I mean, we do not have biosphere reserves, but we have the vision of integral development in the territories for the Amazon. From there, I think we can make a contribution, and we would be very pleased to work in a network in order to contribute with experiences. Institutionally, we can have this exchange, but also at the level of communities, because this has determined that it is absolutely embraced. And as we had last year, the Biosphere Reserve Congress in Honduras, I have met great examples, and that exchange of experience helps us to empower the biome vision, because the Amazon is Amazon for the planet overall. This is how we have to envision it. And this is the contribution from Colombia. Thank you, Jenny. We are almost towards the end. I want to ask you for a final remark. And I think we all agree that we have to continue working. I want to go back that from your standpoint of country, biosphere reserves, which may be the two priority actions to strengthen the Amazon that might be adopted? I know that there are many challenges, but briefly, please. I think that we have to develop landscapes in the sustainable development biospheres and promote peaceful coexistence so that each one makes a contribution towards preservation in one way or the other. I think we have to also contaminate the surroundings of biosphere reserves and work more on identity. I am convinced that identity brings together individuals around governance, but we have to do this. I think it is a natural path because a lot is done in a separated manner. I am this, I am that, but identity is something that brings everyone together, or at least it should. From our standpoint, I think that one very important form of doing things is attaching more value or a different value to the forest. It has a wealth, and we have to help communities and indigenous people to make the best of it in a sustainable manner. I love the intervention from the business standpoint because we have to be connected. We have to help our communities identify the potential, attach more value to the forest so that it is taken care of, and to have economic capabilities. Because it is one thing to promote care and preservation and protect, but we forget that these territories include communities. We have the obligation to guarantee their rights, but we should not proceed to practice deforestation, but to identify the value and connect that with businesses so that we can generate a circular economy. From that, we will be able to move forward and succeed. And even in this way, we may prevent fires and reduce deforestation and fires at the same time. Very well. I think in this context, in the COP where Colombia is contributing the biodiversity plan, how can we go from 0.8% of what bioeconomy delivers to the GDP to a higher percentage? I think we have in Colombia the capabilities to do it. We need scale, connectivity, landscape, and great work with the communities, the appropriation by the communities, and that we all understand the new forms of having a development model of specific biodevelopment for the territories, which is very different from a municipality close to the Amazon. We have to understand the specificities with the view of containing deforestation. According to the 23 goals, working for the Amazon is linked to the 23 goals because it is one of the green lungs of the world and a regulator of climate in this area of the world. This is the effort. Focus on connectivity, corridors, collaborating among institutions, and exchanging experiences with the communities to empower this great Amazon that we have to preserve. And this flower, the flower that has become perennial, and we need the Amazon as well to live forever. Thank you. I will give you an unpopular opinion. I agree with my colleague who said that we have to make the forest stand by having global solutions. If you have been in the Amazon, you know that it is a cemetery of projects. Many promises have been made to the local inhabitants that many products would arrive, and this has never been fulfilled. There are fermentation machines, equipment that are sitting still because the goals defined by the government in order to reach GDPs in the economy, it requires having marketing pull. We have discussed cooperation in the event, but there will be no preservation if there is no income for the communities. Without this, it is not feasible. The individuals who live there, because people live in the Amazon, and when you ask the people in general, why is it deforestation happening in the Amazon? And people answer, maybe because they're building roads. No, it's because there is more value to a deforestation area than the forest itself. So we have to find business opportunities in order to promote preservation. We have worked on an effort extended to Putumayo, Colombia, extended to the Caribbean in Colombia by taking super fruits from the Amazon and product, camu camu, aguimanto, cocona, fruits that are that are not known to you but are very important for the communities. And curiously enough, when we came to Putumayo with the British government, to look at the products from the communities. The communities saw products dropping from trees, fruits, and they did not know what it was. The message is not easy, and it's a super complex issue. We cannot look for simplistic solutions because we will not be able to deliver on the goals. We need a lot of pull from the business sector, and in our participation has meant to tell others that models work and can be replicated because we are doing it in other places. Thank you. I think the time is ticking. We have 6 years to deliver unbelievable goals. Every country has to place that machinery in operation, and throughout these years, and it has to start operating in 6 years. I think that's a great challenge, and in order to understand that, we have to go from theory to action. We should not work around ideas and calculate whether it is going to work or not. We have to jump into the pool. And in Peru, on the road, the cargo will shuffle and accommodate itself. We have to start doing, and things will fall into place as we go. I don't see any other alternative, really. And I think it is important to listen to each other. We are undergoing a time where we do not listen to each other. And if you do not think like me, you're my enemy. We think that each one of us is unique, and if you do not share my ideas, I will eliminate you somehow. So this cannot be such. We have to look for a condition that will bring us together. Biodiversity can be that factor, can bring us all together. Not only it is a challenge, but it is an opportunity. Therefore, we have to consider this challenge of goals and preservation and restoration as a binding factor. Thank you. In Colombia, we say ignorant but decided. We have to take action. To conclude, I give the floor to Daniel, who is there still, and then Eduardo. Thank you very much. Very interesting to hear from all the speakers. And the biggest challenge is to work with the local communities and feel a sense of ownership, that people feel proud to understand this idea of preservation, that the transition area is not, and that we can work. We can work and preserve, having a dignified life and improving their ways of life. The work in the reserves is important because it reduces threats, the threats that we face and that we fight every day, like illegal mining, deforestation. The threats are reduced when the people living there understand that there are other ways of earning a livelihood. For us as a state, it is very important to position this, to position with, and this has been a great lever to move forward in this process. And of course, I also like to think about the regional issue, the regional challenge that we have. The Amazon basin is a single basin. It can, whatever we do towards the top, we will see consequences in the lower area. So we have to work at the basin, and what we do at the summit affect the valleys. So in Ecuador, bioeconomy is at the heart of the discussion. Bioeconomy as a way of understanding sustainable livelihoods that can be developed and sustained. Thank you. Eduardo. challenges are many. Big deforestation and fires continue. In the reserves, climate shocks, illegal activities, organized crime that increase substantially, but there are many initiatives of local responses to counter such challenges. We need support for ecological, economic, and governance success. The priority for the scientific team is to strengthen the reserves to make the work carried out until now useful. This is the main priority. What we do has to be useful to manage reserves. This year, we are going to conclude governance efforts together with the colleagues from the reserves to transfer data infrastructure and geospace platforms for reserves managers and document the impact of local initiatives. And why is it important to support them? Now we are focusing on work and translating all that work so that those who are working directly with all these challenges every day can have the support. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you, Daniel. And now we are going to finish. I wish to thank you for your time, for being here. And it has been a very fruitful experience. I invite you to work together because there are many goals and many initiatives that we may continue furthering supporting local economies without borders, because biosphere knows no borders. To connect with the Amazon along those lines, we conclude with the panel, and we invite you to stay because Lydia will also present an initiative that I think that connects with this, and that is the 100 UNESCO sites for transformation, and the presentation of the publication that teaches us good practices that are being carried out in biosphere reserves that can help us carry out the 23 goals. Thank you.
Son laboratorios vivos de cómo podemos garantizar el desarrollo sostenible y la...
These are live laboratories that can help us find out how we can advance our agendas and mitigate climate changes. So now I have a great expectation for the presentations and the progress that we can see and investigate. This initiative was called the 100 Sites for Transformation. UNESCO is committed with the suggestion of the government of Colombia and the publication of the government of Colombia for the COP16, which is titled Peace with Nature. UNESCO joined this coalition, these initiatives, and our director has formally expressed the President of Colombia that UNESCO will join and sign that publication launched by Colombia and accepted by many members here in the COP to build peace with nature. And in that regard, we are thinking, what can we do? What is the contribution of UNESCO for this coalition? We have a lot of words and we need actions. So the idea is to identify in our designated sites, in our UNESCO designated sites, which are the biosphere reserves, geoparks, and natural heritage sites, and to make a plea to our member states who have these sites to also join these initiatives to show that these sites are sites of transformation. And the first question is, why join? Why join this initiative? We think this is a unique opportunity to show and assess the progress made and showcase the results related to our sites, which somehow work as sustainable development labs, also working for the conservation of biodiversity and the conservation of natural and cultural heritage, to also create climate resilience. That's the challenge that we have today, to create resilience. Our communities are not resilient. This is something that we were faced with the COVID-19 pandemic, when we have energy outputs, when we have water scarcity. We see that many communities are not resilient. And combining the knowledge of local communities and indigenous communities and bringing the best of modern science, we can create solutions and results that can have a great impact. And creating that resilience requires many steps and a very specific approach. What we want to do in these sites for transformation, we want to start with monitoring and assessment. We need to guarantee the availability of data to know what the situation is and what we are doing, and if what we are doing has negative or positive impacts. We also need to assess the impact of governance. One of the greatest characteristics in these sites is collaborative and inclusive governance, something that is not widely seen in other countries or areas. So assessing these impacts, we know, or we can learn how to bring these practices to other places and countries. Another step is documenting the positive impact for local and indigenous communities which inhabit these sites. It is not possible to preserve biodiversity if we do not take care and treat fairly the people. So these special UNESCO sites, these sites for transformation, need that we analyze what are the impacts and the positive impacts of our actions for transformation, and include those lessons learned in our agenda for transformation. Something that is also very important for sustainable development is interdisciplinary approaches. Today, when speaking about science, governance, and the private sector, we are seeing a fragmentation in our approaches. We don't have a trans-sectional interdisciplinary approach, and our challenges are multidisciplinary. We need to bring a solution, a new path that incorporates all of these dimensions. So these sites can also show us and help us promote these interdisciplinary approaches and these intersectorial approaches. And also through this monitoring and evaluation, we can analyze our contribution to the achievement of the Common Montreal Framework targets. Now we are seeing results because we think we are doing restoration of these sites in core areas and in transition zones. We are also widening the protected areas. And we are also changing the sustainable development models. We need to do something that is kind of uncomfortable for me. Sorry, but I'm getting distracted by the presentation. I am a teacher and I have this habit of not looking at my words in the slides and my words not on paper. We want to monitor also the different models in the different reserves and sites and analyze how we can plan and take better decisions, make better decisions for future conservation. So we have many goals for these sites. The first of all is to guarantee that we have preservation and sustainable development in these sites, and that we can guarantee these conservations to guarantee livelihoods and reduce and mitigate conflicts. There are many conflicts, one of them being the human being nature conflict, and also conflicts between people. Many of these resources are in border areas and have conflicts. We also need to guarantee a fair distribution of the benefits of conservation. The second one is to respect human rights for local communities. These goals need to be based on the agenda of human rights. The right goal is the protection of cultural and biological knowledge. Once again, we do not want to separate the human component from the biological component. How can we integrate knowledge values, cultural values, and these biological treasures that are key for sustainable development? This also includes cultural patrimony, language, which is key for the continuation of traditional knowledge. We also need to continue working and combining traditional knowledge with modern science, and to bring closer our systems of knowledge production to traditional systems. Another goal is the connectivity of ecosystems, that is guaranteeing corridors, the creation of ecological corridors and biocultural corridors, which is a term that I like better, because we have ecological corridors, cultural corridors, and knowledge corridors. And the question here is how we can guarantee the existence of these corridors. From a perspective of biodiversity preservation, these corridors are fundamental, and sometimes development breaks these corridors. For example, we have migration policies or regulations that remove protection from these corridors. And the other goal is participatory and multi-level governance. This is also fundamental within these transformation sites. It is not possible to transformate if we do not change the power relations and the decision-making relations. That is why participatory governance is very important. Then we also have as a goal the development of capacity and knowledge exchange. We need to empower national and local capacities to guarantee this transformation. This initiative can create more and build more capacity and more knowledge to increase the capacity of the reserve of the country so that they can have a greater capacity to protect biodiversity and guarantee ways to promote the continuation of that capacity and the passing on of that knowledge. Finally, promoting international cooperation. Our sites are very important. Some of them are placed across borders. And when these sites work, they are wonderful. They create a great capacity for dialogue, of shared responsibility, and also a great relationship of friendship, of peace, of understanding of our differences. So we are speaking here of biodiversity, and however, identity, diversity should also be protected and promoted. In this regard, international collaboration is very important. So we want to have sites across borders and have initiatives common to different sites that create international cooperation for other areas too, that are not necessarily related to our sites. Something that I love from the MANU program is the different themes. We have the rainforest networks, the sea biosphere reserve networks, and so many others that are all over the world. So this is not only regional, AeroMap, regional map. We have many regional networks that have a global reach. So these themed networks also promote knowledge, best practices, dialogue, and peace building, and also building a culture of peace through conservation and through sustainable development preservation. So I would love to inspire that this inspires the sites, and then in the next year we can speak about 200, 300 sites. And I hope that in the next MAP conference that will be in 2025, we have more countries and sites participating in the initiative. So we have less than a year now to have an assessment of how many sites we have, what we are doing, what are our monitoring strategies, what are our areas of prevention, and to inspire other sites to join this initiative that is also part of the efforts of the coalition and of the sites of UNESCO for peace with nature. Thank you very much. And now I think we will have a cocktail. I saw a post or a publication about that. Perfect. I will speak no longer. I already gave a long speech and you are sick of me already. So the idea of being here is to share ideas. And the last thing that I wanted to add before I give you the floor is to tell you about this publication, this very interesting publication which shows the contribution of our sites, a very active contribution for the biodiversity targets. This is only for Latin America and the Caribbean. It doesn't include other sites of the world. This has been developed in this area because we are in Colombia, in Latin America, and we wanted to showcase everything that the region is doing. And I would like to congratulate all our networks, the Iberomap, the reserves in this region, and all of the sites who joined to show what we are already doing. And why is it that we did this together? On the one hand, the 100 sites of transformation and this publication is because in this publication, we have included some of the sites of the transformative sites, and you will find here that many of the sites are already in compliance with all of these goals that we just spoke about. So you are invited to download and to check this publication. It's in English and Spanish, and I hope that we can continue discussing. And now it's my turn to listen to you and to have a discussion with you on the stage. Thank you very much.